A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yesterday, Mary told Max that her fate could no longer endure. But now she must know the truth about his association with the recent gambling activities in Sanders. Max then admitted he had a reason for what he had done, but that it was his business, not hers. He sent her away from the jail where he is being held, warning Mary that Cheney, who had escaped, might return at any moment to Sanders to get revenge on anyone he suspected of bringing on the raid. 2 minutes later, as she walked down the street, Mary heard a voice behind her say, "I beg your pardon, Mary." She turned. It was Cheney. "I want a few words with you," he said. "Follow me." Mary has not been seen since. Several hours have passed since Mary left Daddy with the babies to go to the jail. She is in her flat on the second floor of Reverend Blaine's house. There's a knock at the door.
It can't be Mary. She wouldn't knock on her own door. Can't be Danny. He's over to the cottage. Can't be the Reverend Blaine. He's in his study at the church.
Hey! Anybody at home?
Why, it's John. I'm coming, John. Well, howdy, come in.
Took you long enough to answer the door.
Yeah, I was trying to decide who it was. I didn't want to open the door to anybody that might start gossip about me being in Mary's flat.
Why, you'd be flattered. Where is Mary?
Well, I was just fixing to call the clinic and ask you the same question.
What?
And she had me come over this morning to mind the babies while she went to the jail to see Max.
Oh.
And I haven't seen her since.
What time was that?
Well, it was nearly 10 o'clock when she left here, I guess.
10 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Why, it's going on 5 now. 7 hours.
Never thought about anything happening to her.
Didn't you think it was funny she hadn't even got a phone call from her? She would have called about the babies at least once in that length of time, if for no other reason.
Well, John, you're getting me all uneasy about her now.
You should have been long before this.
Well, what do you reckon could have happened?
I don't know, but we're going to start trying to find out right this minute.
Who are you going to call?
Hello, operator. Get me Sheriff Barstow's office. Right away, please.
She wouldn't still be at the jail, not all this time. Unless she set up housekeeping with Max in his cell.
Hello, Sheriff Barstow? John Benson. No, I don't want to talk to Max. Not yet, anyway. Listen. Was Mary down there to see him this morning? When'd she leave? Around 11 o'clock. Did she say where she was going? Listen, you better get 2 or 3 men and start combing the town. She hasn't come home since she left this morning. I'm at her house now. Well, get those men started right away. Tell them to work quietly and keep their mouths shut. I'm starting right out myself, and I'll check with you every few minutes. All right, Lawrence. Wait a minute. Don't say anything about this to Max, understand? Not a word yet. I'll call you later.
Fine, yes, John. I'm all jumpy about Mary. What can I do?
You stay right here with the babies and by that telephone. If you get any kind of word at all, call Sheriff Barstow's office.
All right.
How about Danny? You don't think he went over there by any chance?
I just talked to him a few minutes ago. He wanted to speak to Mary, and I told him that she wasn't here right now.
You stick right here like I said, Daddy.
Wait a minute, John.
Huh?
Wait a minute. I just thought of something.
Well?
That movie hero, Bill Clark's still in town, you know.
What about it?
Well, she might be there. She might choose talking to him instead of you and me for a change.
Well, we can eliminate that possibility right now. Hello, operator. Get me... wait, never mind. Let it go. No need letting the hotel switchboard operator in on anything. I'll go by the hotel first and see Bill. You stay here and do what I said.
All right, John.
I'd be glad to tell you if Mary had honored me with a visit, but
I'm sorry I must say she hasn't been here.
Well, frankly, Bill, I wish you could say she'd been here. Matter of fact, I wish you were here now.
Those are funny words coming from you.
There's no time for personalities. Mary's missing.
Missing? And you suspect me?
She hasn't been seen or heard of since she went down to see Max at the jail this morning. She left there about 11. It's after 5 now. I'm going down to that jail and have a talk with Max.
Do you mind if I come along?
Haven't you caused enough trouble already?
Okay, then. I'll go anyway.
Well. Ain't my two bosom pals, Kill-Roller John and Hot Break Bill. Hey, what do you two guys want, huh? Just see how I look for how to pick a fence?
You can drop that attitude, Max. We're here on serious business, and I advise you to cooperate. And that means not hold out.
Oh, thanks, Doc. You know, those big words throw me once in a while.
Well, here's 3 simple words, Max. And you better answer them straight. Where is Mary?
I can't imagine either one of you not knowing.
You can lay off that talk, Max.
Clark, why don't you go back to Hollywood and kiss those movie queens? That's your speed.
Listen, if you weren't behind those bars...
You'd be trying to get up off the floor.
That's big
Cut it out, Bill. Now, look, Max. Mary is missing.
You're lying.
We're not lying.
What are you talking about?
She hasn't been seen since she left here this morning.
There are 2 things that could have happened to her, and you're mixed up in both.
Hey, listen, if Mary's missing...
There's no if about it. She is missing, and we're giving you a chance to talk, to help us find her.
How can I help you? I'm in jail.
Just tell us where she is. We'll do the rest.
There's no need to stall, Max. It'll only make things tougher on you.
Now, listen, fellas, I ain't kidding you.
You don't expect us to believe that.
You can believe anything you want to, but I tell you...
If it's about you, that's not hard to do. Taking a look at your record. You haven't kicked Mary's love around enough. So you hook up with Cheney and his mob of gangsters in the gambling racket.
Never mind that now, Doc.
That wasn't hard enough on Mary's heart, though. It wasn't bleeding enough. So you run Mary and her little babies out of their home in the hotel.
Can't cut it out, I tell you.
Ran them out with no place to go because you wanted their rooms for a gambling table. But even that wasn't enough. Your own sister was about to have a baby. You were told not to cause her to worry or it might be dangerous, but no, you went right on being a bum, and Phyllis may never walk again. An invalid for life because her brother wouldn't stop being...
Cut it out, John, will you?
But even breaking Mary's heart, maybe crippling your sister for life, even those things weren't enough. Now Mary's missing, and heaven only knows what you've done to her this time. It seems that you've already done enough without...
I had a reason for what I did.
Max, where is Mary?
I had a reason, I tell you.
Where's Mary?
I don't know where she is, but everything I did, I had a reason for.
Where is Mary?
Yeah, you gotta believe me. Everybody's gotta believe me.
Where's Mary?
I tell you...
Where is Mary?
Get out of here. I had a reason. I tell you, I had a reason. You gotta believe it. I had a reason.
Mary.
Mary.
We were trying... Where'd you come from?
I mean, where have you been?
No, I could tell what you were trying to do.
Mary, we thought something had happened to you.
All right, John. I've heard enough. Max, darling.
Yeah, Mary.
For the last few hours, I've been wandering about trying to think of something to say to you that would tell you what's now in my heart. I still can't think of it. I may someday. Maybe you'll understand what I mean when I tell you that
What?
when I walked up just now, I heard you telling John and Bill that you had a reason for everything you've done to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Barry. I do have a reason.
When I left the jail this morning, I met a man. That's where I've been all day, with that man.
Who was he, Mary?
Max. Cheney's told me everything. Everything.
You did?
You know, Max, for a moment there I thought I saw a halo around your head. But it wasn't, darling. It was only the sunshine coming through Sheriff Barstow's pink curtains.
Mary knows Max's reason for everything he did. Cheney told her. Cheney the gambler. The cause of it all has given Mary a vindication of faith in the man she loved. But will her knowledge do her any good in convincing Max that he is worthy of her love and affection?
Now, new Creamy Prom, the first and only permanent with homogenized waving cream. And Deep Magic, new facial cleansing lotion that cleans your skin deep, deep down where beauty begins present Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks Transcribed. But first, the people who make new Creamy Prom hope that this has been a very Merry Christmas for you and your family. And you know, right now would be a good time to start planning your new hairdo for 1956. But remember this, the 1956 home permanent is new Creamy Prom, the first and only permanent with homogenized waving cream. New Creamy Prom actually waves new softness and manageability right into your hair. Gives you a complete hair beauty treatment as you wave. Only new Creamy Prom has homogenized waving cream. It's completely new, completely different from ordinary drippy waving solutions that often leave your hair dry, frizzy, hard to manage. New Creamy Prom is rich with costly conditioning ingredients. It even pours like thick cream. That's why new Creamy Prom actually waves new softness and manageability right into your hair. Leaves hair in better condition than any other permanent. And talk about easy. Smooth it on. Roll it up. You've got yourself a prom. No dripping, no rinsing, no timing, no messy neutralizer. Smooth it on. Roll it up. You've got yourself a prom. So wave new softness and manageability right into your hair. Get new Creamy Prom with homogenized waving cream. And even if you're in between permanents, don't wait. Get new Creamy Prom End Curl Permanent right now. New Creamy Prom. Well, many of us will spend Christmas Eve with our families and friends. But since her family is too far away to visit and her friends have other plans, I'm afraid our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, won't be quite so fortunate. In fact, I can see her now trimming a tiny little tree in the living room of the modest cottage she shares with Mrs. Davis.
That's quite a nice tree, Connie.
It isn't really, Mrs. Davis, but it's all I could afford.
What did you pay for it?
I found it in a vacant lot. What I like about it is the size. It's not too big or too small. It's just too small.
I can hardly believe it's Christmas again. Connie, I'd love to stay here and celebrate Christmas Eve with you, but I promised my sister Angela I'd come over to her place. I'd ask you to join me, but Angela hasn't been too well lately.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mrs. Davis. I'll just spend a quiet evening at home here.
But how about Mr. Boynton? Don't tell me he was too shy to ask you for a date on Christmas Eve.
Why do you think there's mistletoe on all four walls? No, Mr. Boynton asked me all right, but then he canceled yesterday. Said he's going upstate to visit his folks for a couple of days. But don't worry about me, Mrs. Davis. I'll have a gay time. I'll listen to the radio and read, and from this window I can see our neighbor's television antenna.
But what about the little gifts you've got for Walter Denton and Mr. and Mrs. Conklin and Harriet? When are you going to deliver them?
Oh, they told me not to bother. They said we'd exchange on the 26th. What's that, Mrs. Davis?
It's Minerva. Where are you, dear?
Oh, she's over by the tree. Here, Rover. Minerva.
Isn't it the strangest thing how she bites at the pine needles? Well, I've got to run along now, dear.
Stop drinking those pine needles, Minerva. Come on over here. That's a good kitty. Now, I'll just settle down in Mrs. Davis's rocker, and we'll have ourselves a nice, quiet rock. I've got to exercise more. My bones are rusting. Oh, it's the rocker. Kind of soothing at that. You seem contented enough, Minerva. It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Oh, gosh, I'm sleepy. Oh, now, who can that be? Expecting anyone, Minerva? That's funny. Nobody's here.
Well, I'm here.
Where? Oh, leaning on my knee. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm a salesman, but I don't believe in giving any sales talk or sob stories. All I do is tell you what I'm selling. If you want to buy, okay. It's not okay.
Okay, what are you selling?
Well, it's Christmas Eve, and I'm just a small urchin, a little on the underprivileged side. And I'm trying to make a few dollars to get some wood to heat our tiny apartment. So the while she's singing to my 3 sick sisters, my mother's lips don't turn blue.
That's what I like, no sob stories. If you're selling handkerchiefs, I'll take 6.
Well, no, ma'am, I'm selling Christmas trees. Well, they're only $1 apiece.
But I've already got a tree.
Well, then I'll make it 50 cents.
I really don't need it.
How about a quarter?
Look, little boy.
This can be arranged. Please take it. These aren't ordinary trees, you know. They're magic.
Magic?
Yes, ma'am. You'd be surprised what miracles will happen to you if you buy one.
Well, a quarter isn't too much to pay for a miracle.
Oh, it's 50 cents.
I thought you said 25.
Well, that's when you sounded tougher to sell.
Oh. Well, before I melt down to my coal buttons and the stovepipe hat, here's 50 cents.
Well, you won't be sorry, ma'am. Well, here's a little tree.
Hey, it is kind of cute at that. Would you like to come in and help me set it up?
Oh, I can't. I've got to get right home. My sitter's been alone long enough.
Your sitter? What about your mother and the firewood?
Oh, that's just a routine. My folks are attending a dinner the other bank presidents are giving for Father. Well, good night, lady, and Merry Christmas.
The same to you, you little underprivileged millionaire. Now, I'll put this tree over here. Maybe we can find some extra trimmings for it in the morning. Minerva, would you stop gnawing on those pine needles? I wish I knew what made them so appetizing to her. Oh, fine. Now, you come over here and let those things alone. Now, get on my lap. There we are. Well, I guess I'm not the only one that's spending Christmas Eve alone without family or friends. But who can tell? Maybe Santa Claus has something up his big red sleeve that I don't even know about yet. Of course, I do have a squeaky rocker and Minerva. Jingle bells, and merry stuff like that. Oh, what fun it is to rock with a big fat drunken cat.
Something wonderful could happen to Miss Brooks this Christmas. It's happened before. I mean the day she first tried Deep Magic, the wonderful new facial cleansing lotion that cleans your skin up to 3 times cleaner than soaps or creams and protects your skin against cold winter weather's damage. Deep Magic is completely different. It's a lanolin gentle flowing lotion cleanser that flows deeper into your pores and gently removes deep pored dirt and makeup other cleansers can't reach. Deep Magic cleans deep, deep down where beauty begins and leaves behind an invisible protection like nature's own. That's why Deep Magic keeps your skin soft and smooth, even in the coldest weather. So remember, for gentle, deep cleansing and gentle protection, try Deep Magic Facial Cleansing Lotion. No other cleansing method leaves your skin so clean and clear, so soft and radiant.
Deep Magic, the cleansing lotion that cleans your skin deep, deep down where beauty begins. Deep Magic.
As I sat in the living room Christmas Eve with Minerva the cat on my lap, I couldn't help noticing that the tree which I'd bought from that wealthy urchin had a rather peculiar luminosity. Although there wasn't any artificial illumination, it seemed to glow from deep down in its branches. As I rocked back and forth, I started to get very drowsy. Oh, the little boy said this tree was magic, Minerva. No, I don't believe it either. Still, it is Christmas Eve. And some very strange things have happened on Christmas Eve. Oh. What's that? Oh, I must have been dozing. Coming! Well, it's Walter Denton. Come in, Walter.
Noel, joyeux Noel.
Gracias. Come on into the living room, Walter.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. Here, I brought you this little gift to put under your tree.
Oh, that was very thoughtful of you. Put it under this tree over here.
Okay. Say, you've got 2 trees, haven't you?
Yes, one for Minerva and one for me.
What's that?
Don't pay any attention to her. She's pine needle happy. Look, Walter, while you're here, you might as well pick up the little gift I got for you.
Oh, but you shouldn't have. Miss Brooks, where is it?
It's under the tree on your right. It isn't much, just a remembrance.
Oh, gee, I almost forgot. I can't open it yet.
Why not? Oh, you mean you want to put it under your tree at home and open it with your family?
No, not exactly, but I'll get it later, Miss Brooks. Oh, there they are now. I'll answer it.
There who are now?
Yeah, come on in, folks. Come on in. She was all alone when I got here.
It's really a surprise, isn't it?
You should have stayed home Christmas Eve. Besides, it's freezing out.
Oh, now, Osgood, don't be so grouchy. Hello, Miss Brooks, and Merry Christmas.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Conklin. And Harriet, how are you all?
I'm cold.
Say, Harriet.
Yes, Walter?
There's a lot of mistletoe around this room.
I know. It's real pretty.
Osgood, you notice all the mistletoe in this room?
What? Oh, that green stuff. More often than not, it makes me sneeze.
Oh, come on, Osgood.
Oh, now, Martha, don't embarrass me.
It doesn't make you sneeze, does it, Harriet?
I'm willing to find out.
May I, Mr. and Mrs. Conklin?
Well, if it's all right with Harriet, it's all right with us.
Oh, come on, Walter, we're getting old.
Oh, gosh, you're sweet, Harriet.
Oh, isn't that cute, Osgood? Now, come here, dear. How about one for your faithful old wife?
Well, it is customary, I guess. Oh, there. I'm under the stuff.
Now, pucker up, dear.
Very well. Yeah, you see, I told you. Oh, now let's stop this romantic dribble and act like adult human beings. Miss Brooks, I'd like to take advantage of this visit to inquire as to your plans for the coming year's classwork.
Now, please, Osgood, this is no time to talk of school affairs. We're here to spend part of our holiday with Miss Brooks.
It was very nice of you to think about me, Mrs. Conklin. It was nice of all of you. I really... Where are Walter and Harriet?
Denton, get my daughter away from that mistletoe at once.
Mr. Conklin, Harriet isn't allergic to mistletoe.
No, but I'm allergic to you.
Oh, Harriet's almost irresistible sometimes, especially alongside of older women like Mrs. Conklin and Miss Brooks.
Sounds like the bell. I'll get it. Why, Mr. Boynton, come in.
Oh, thanks, Miss Brooks.
I thought you were going upstate to see your folks.
I was, but they sent me a wire that they wanted to come down here for a week or so. They'll arrive in the morning. So I thought I'd drop this little gift off for you tonight.
Oh, but you shouldn't have. Where is it? Let's just put it under the tree in the living room. Look who's here, everybody.
Well, it's Mr. Boynton.
Hi there, Mr. B.
Oh, this is nice.
Hello, Boynton. Pretty cold out, isn't it?
Hello, folks.
This is beginning to get more like Christmas Eve every minute. Sit down, Mr. Boynton. Oh, I'm certainly glad your folks decided to visit you instead of vice versa.
Miss Brooks, have you pointed out the mistletoe to Mr. Boynton?
Oh, why don't you stop that nonsense, Martha?
It isn't nonsense. Mr. Boynton, look at the mistletoe.
Mistletoe? Oh, yes.
You know, a very interesting example of the flora found in various areas throughout the globe. It's an evergreen parasitic shrub. It is indigenous to the regions where apple trees and oaks abound.
Now that the lecture is over, may we ask questions?
Certainly, Miss Brooks.
Want to stand under it?
Stand under it? Well, you see, because of certain characteristics in its makeup, an allergy is sometimes aggravated by its presence.
I'll take a chance if you will.
Come on, Mr. Boynton.
Come on, Mr. Boynton.
Just bring him over to this wall here.
Well, I'll get under it if you like.
Well, don't just stand there. Can't you see Miss Brooks is cooking?
Well, don't fuss for me. I couldn't eat a thing.
Mr. Boynton, don't you know what standing under the mistletoe signifies?
Well, I know what it signifies to most people, but to me, it's
well, there goes 85 cents worth of mistletoe.
Amos Brooks will return in a moment. It can't be a Merry Christmas or a Happy New Year either if you mar it with accidents. So leave the dreaming to our Miss Brooks and keep your head nailed on tight during this hectic holiday season. CBS Radio wishes you the merriest of Yules and a happy, healthy 1956. But you've got to make it all come true yourself. Driving, drive carefully. Holiday accidents are the most tragic of all. The most numerous, too, by the way. Walking, walk with care. Cross only at intersections and with the light. Jaywalkers are really inviting trouble during the holiday season because drivers are more apt to be preoccupied with their own problems these days, less apt to avoid colliding with them if they're in the way. We don't want to sound a somber note in this holiday season, but maybe this reminder will help our listeners survive 55. Remember, during this season of traditional visiting out, safety first, second and always, at home, out on foot, out driving, in all your holiday season pursuits.
Well, my anticipation of a lonely Christmas Eve at home was delightfully dispelled by the arrival of my friends. On Christmas Eve, I was even willing to include Mr. Conklin in this group.
Hey, I know what let's do. Let's open up the presents right now.
Well, splendid suggestion, Walter.
Shouldn't we wait until just before we leave? Might be less embarrassing that way.
Well, if you want to open them now, go right ahead.
This one tree is pretty crowded. I'll put some of these packages under this little one over here. Gosh, I got the funniest feeling when I touched that branch.
What kind of a feeling, Walter?
Well, Say, you're Harriet Conklin, aren't you?
Well, sure, I'm Harriet Conklin. Walter, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. Nothing's the matter with me. It's just that I want to tell you something. Harriet, you've got to change. You ought to try to be more like Miss Brooks.
What do you mean, Walter?
Well, if you want me to stay interested in you, you've got to be more alluring, youthful, glamorous, feminine, in that real feline Brooks way.
Walter, have you been drinking pine needles, too?
Why, look at the tree. It seems to be glowing.
Oh, what do you mean, glowing? It's just the reflection from the street light. This party's giving me the meanies. Holidays, indeed. Here, I'll just move the tree where it won't glisten in our eyes. There we go. Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
Why, Mr. Conklin.
Of course I'm Mr. Conklin. Happy-go-lucky, fun-loving, gag-a-minute Osgood.
Gag-a-minute Osgood.
Sometimes I've wanted to.
Miss Brooks, is that really you standing there?
I think so, Mr. Conklin. Why do you ask?
Because you suddenly look so different, so intelligent. Miss Brooks, I've made up my mind. you are now head of the Madison High English Department. Ha, ha, ha!
Well, thank you, fun-loving Osgood.
Ah, yes, I'm going to put this wonderful tree where it belongs, right in the center of the room. Give me a hand, Boynton.
Yes, sir, Mr. Conklin. I'll just take this end here. Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
Come here, baby.
What?
I said, come here, Connie.
You did not. You said, come here, baby, and I'm here.
Hey, look, he's taking her over to the mistletoe.
Isn't it wonderful?
What are you going to do, Mr. Boynton?
Call me Phil, Connie. And this is what I'm going to do.
Oh.
Well, Connie, how does that make you feel?
Oh, I feel like I'm in a dream, Philip. A wonderful, beautiful dream. Oh, what's that? Mr. Boynton. Mr. Boynton, where did you go? Where is everybody? Oh, I must have been dreaming. Well, that's real enough. I'll be right there. Oh, I'm sorry, Minerva. I didn't mean to drop you.
Surprise! Merry Christmas, Mr. Rock!
I'm cold.
Why, it's the Conklins and Walter and Mr. Boynton. But you all just left. I mean, come in.
We thought it would be nice if we spent our Christmas Eve together, Miss Brooks.
Yes, and we've brought a few little gifts over for you.
I'll just put them under this tree here.
Yes, do that, Walter.
Well, aren't you going to ask me why I didn't go upstate, Miss Brooks?
I know why, Mr. Boynton. Your folks are coming down to see you.
How did you know that? I just got the telegram.
Don't let's get too carried away with the holidays. We've got to prepare for a hard school season ahead, Miss Brooks.
Oh, let's not talk about school affairs now, Osgood.
Walter, look at the mistletoe.
Yeah, look at it.
Oh, now, just a minute. Before we go through all that again, would you please touch that tree, Mr. Boynton? The one on the left with the... Why, it's gone. There's only one tree.
Miss Brooks, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. Could I have dreamt that part, too? Mr. Boynton, would you do me a favor, please?
Well, of course, Miss Brooks. What is it?
Would you touch the Christmas tree?
Touch it?
Please, it's important.
Well, all right. There.
Nothing happened.
Well, what did you expect would happen?
A miracle. Oh, excuse me, I'll be right back.
Well, I'm a little urchin, and I'm selling magic Christmas trees.
But you were just...
Oh, please buy one, lady. They only cost 50 cents apiece.
50 cents?
That's right.
Here's $2. Give me 4 of them.
Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, transcribed, was produced and directed by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin was played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Dick Crenna, Jane Morgan, Bob Rockwell, Gloria McMillan, Paula Winslow, Sammy Ogg, and Bill James. Be sure to be with us next week for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks.
The cherry tree is missing. Father Washington said, George, you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and conventional washers, electric and gas ranges, water heaters and home freezers. Originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose, Miss Orchestra, Lorene Costello, Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan and the Smith Twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. Now the star of our program, Red Skelton.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, Rod.
Hello, Red. See, I hear you were a big success at the dinner the other night. Were there a lot of big stars there?
Oh, yeah. The autograph collectors had a cute gag. They asked the stars to autograph full pages, you see, and bit players, they asked to sign just half pages.
Well, why are you so disappointed?
You ever try to sign a spitball? You know, there were a lot of autograph seekers outside the stage door tonight as I came in, and someone yelled, "Red Skelton's in the crowd." And they all turned around and looked at me. Gee, I was so embarrassed. I was sorry I yelled. One guy ran up with his fountain pen, stuck it in my arm, and he says, "Would you sign this in blood, buddy?"
Gee, Red, hasn't it been pouring out here in Hollywood this week?
Yeah, but I didn't notice the rain was so unusual. Of course, driving to work tonight, I broke one of my oars. See, they write these during the rainy days, and then when the sun comes out, everybody forgets it, you know.
California weather sure has been rugged out here lately. First we have rain, and then it freezes. What do you think is the cause of it?
I think the Chamber of Commerce has overdone it. They tell the rest of the country what wonderful weather we have here in California. They've got them convinced it's so wonderful that even the eastern weather is moving out here. Hey, you know the song they say, California, Here I Come? Brother, when you say it nowadays, it means something. You got the guy sitting in a bar out in the valley, and he says to the other guy, "Well, here's mud in your eye." Just then the whole wall came in.
Well, tell me, Red, how's your new electric blanket working out on these freezing nights?
Oh, fine. It keeps me as warm as toast. But, of course, when it's time to wake up, it pops me right out of bed. Last night it was really cold, though. I caught it trying to crawl under me. You know, last night it was so cold that my pillow and my sheet fought to see who'd get under the blanket first. It was so cold last night, my shorts was wearing my long underwear. Hey, to change the subject, you know, Rod, I'm not freezing.
You're not?
No.
Well, let's change the subject anyway. You know, 1952 should be a good year, but I'm really worried about it being leap year.
Oh?
What should a guy like me do when some pretty girl starts making advances?
This lad should have a man-to-man talk with a 6-year-old boy.
Here are the Smith Twins now to sing of Grand Central Station.
The folks call it the living room, but lately I have learned that they call it the living room as far as we're concerned. Just like Grand Central Station, when you call on us, it's just like Grand Central Station. But why all the fuss? My father, my brother, my little sister too, keep coming and going and going and coming and playing peekaboo. It's such a sad situation, a moon up above, but with our whole congregation, how can we make love? We gotta get started for crying out loud. Let's go to Grand Central Station, away from the fuss. It's just like Grand Central Station. When you call on me, it's just like Grand Central Station. Station. They won't let us be. My young brother Willie just won't keep out of sight. You've given him nickels and quarters, and now it's $1 every night. They're all afraid that there's something that they're gonna miss. But darling, I'll tell you one thing. If we're gonna kiss, I want you. I need. For crying out loud, let's go to Grand Central Station and get away from my mother, my father, my sister, my brother. Let's go to Grand Central Station away from the
Have you seen the appliances breaking sales records all over the country? It's the new Norge Timeline automatic washer that's so popular, Norge is having a hard time keeping up with its orders. Folks see it demonstrated, and they don't want any other automatic washer. They want a Norge Timeline. It's not just because it costs less than any comparable washer on the market. It does cost less. But what really sells this new Norge is the way it works. From fill to finish, it's completely automatic. There's not even a dial to set. You just press the Timeline button and Norge fills with aerated water, washes, rinses, spin dries, even cleans itself out without your lifting a finger. Norge wave agitation gets clothes cleared by actual tests and other washers, even wringer types. Norge's 5 warm rinses leave clothes sparkling, yet actually save water. And Norge spins clothes almost ironing dry with no tangling. Ask your Norge dealer for a free demonstration of the Timeline automatic. You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
And now we open our Skelton scrapbook of satire to the stories on doctors and hospitals. Chapter 34, The Ambulance Driver.
Mr. Lump Lump, the phone is ringing.
Well, I hear it. Anything I thought it was, Swiss bell ringers or something?
Mr. Lump Lump, you'd better answer that phone if you want to keep your job.
I don't care if I keep my job or not. You understand? I don't care whether I keep my job or not. Sick people, nothing but sick people around here. Everybody in the place is sick. Everybody's sick. Even the windows have pain. I'll answer. Hello, General Hospital, Private Lump Lump speaking. You're reporting an accident. Okay, tattletale. I still say I don't care whether I keep my job or not. You want to report an accident, huh? It sounds pretty serious. How do you like that? Somebody walked in front of a car.
Must have been an out-of-towner. A native would have scaled the curb for him. Is anybody hurt?
Only the driver. He missed him.
Then why are they calling us?
Well, the pedestrian laughed so hard that he bent over too far, fell on his head, and broke his neck. Hello, when did this happen? 2 hours ago. Look, wise guy, call me back next week. It'll take us that long to get there. Why? I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it will take us that long to get there, because we have a new ambulance, and they haven't delivered the wheels yet.
Let's go pick them up now, because you're getting to be the slowest ambulance driver in this country.
Let's go. We'll go pick up this guy. Are we in? Yes, now we are.
You ain't really going to drive, are you?
And why not?
Because every time you drive, we look in worse shape than the people we pick up.
At the same time when I drive, we don't have to go so far to the accident. Let's show them how to handle him. Get out of the way! Pull over, you dope! Get out of the way there!
Hey, take it easy going around them curves.
Look, if you are scared, do what I do. Close your eyes. Nothing to worry about as long as one wheel is on the ground.
Yeah, but the only one touching is the spare. Where are we going?
I don't know. It depends on what kind of a life you've led.
Where'd the call come from?
Let's see. The address was nothing. That's up on Nothing Street. I know a haircut up this... I know a shortcut. Up this street here. Now I will go up this road here. And through that store.
But Willie, this is a dead-end street.
I know what I'm doing. Oh, well, a lucky break. We won't have to wait for the ambulance.
Chapter 35. The Society Doctor, or Kildare, was here.
Well, good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
You're early.
Yes.
It's only 3 o'clock.
Yes, the champagne was pretty weak last night. It looked like water. In fact, it was water.
Here are a few reports.
Oh?
Mrs. John Murray took her last suntan treatment, and she's brown as a berry.
Good. Now we'll get her back. Send her a bill, and she'll turn white as a sheet.
Oh, and here's a check for H.P. Friedman.
$50,000 for a little checkup.
Did you take his pulse?
No, is it missing? Would you call the Cadillac people and order me a new convertible, will you?
But you have one downstairs now.
I know, but it's heading in the wrong direction. And not only that, the ashtrays are full. Send whoever's in the office in, will you?
Oh, good morning, sir. The doctor will see you. Here's your bill, $25.
But I just came in.
I know. We have a threshold charge. You step in here, please. You're patient, Doctor.
I'm very patient, yes. Oh, how are you? Well, my good man, what seems to be the trouble? Speak up, my good man. Speak up, speak up. Speak up, my good man. Speak up, speak up. Speak up, speak up, speak up.
Give me a chance, will you?
The needle's stuck.
Well, Doctor, I've been having a little trouble with my ears.
Oh, outside of the fact they're both on the same side of your head. I don't see anything wrong with them. I'll send for Dr. Lon Thompson. He's our diagnostician. What? He's the guy to tell you what's wrong with you.
Yes, Doctor?
Examine this man, will you?
Look, I know what's wrong with me. It's my ears. Step in here and remove your clothing, please. You only step in here and remove your clothing.
They're up here.
I said, step right in here. It'll only take a second. There, you see, it only took a second. Here's your bill, $75.
Well, what did you find, Doctor?
Bad ears.
Bad ears. I better send for Dr. Emmerman.
Hey, yes, Doctor?
Hello. He was with me the night I saw that English movie. I've got a patent for you, a patient for you.
Something wrong with your ears?
Yes, sir. You an ear specialist?
Yes, sir. Now, let me take you there.
They're up there. Here. Wait a minute. You're looking at the wrong one. It's the right ear.
Oh. Well, in that case, I can't do anything for you. You see, I'm a left ear specialist. That will be $50.
Wait, I'll get Dr. Van Cott. He's the right ear specialist.
Never mind, you're making my blood boil.
That'll be $25 for sterilizing your system. Maybe I could help you. What is wrong with your ears?
I keep hearing things.
You keep hearing things, huh? Like people's voices?
Why, yes.
Very strange. Do you hear bells?
Yes. Yes, I do hear bells.
You hear bells because of the ringing in your ears.
Well, can you cure me, Doc?
Sure. Take 5 of these and your troubles will be over.
Well, what are they, pills?
No, shotgun.
Dave Rose and the orchestra with an old favorite, Always. And now for one of those helpful wash day hints from Jessie Cartwright, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
When you wash sheer curtains, starch all the curtains for one room at the same time. Then they'll all hang alike. Use enough light starch to cover them, and you can do that right in your automatic washing machine.
Starching or even tinting curtains is simple in the new Norge Timeline Automatic because even though Norge is completely automatic, every step is right in sight from fill to finish. You just touch the timeline button to skip or repeat any part of the cycle. What's more, if you have a new Norge Timeline Automatic washer, your curtains will last longer. For Norge's new wave agitation is so gentle it actually prolongs the normal life of fabrics. Yet Norge gets clothes cleaner by actual tests than other washers, even wringer types. Ask your friendly Norge dealer for a free demonstration of the new Timeline Automatic. Because you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Tonight, our Skelton Scrapbook of Satire presents a story entitled The Tooth, the Whole Tooth, and Nothing But the Tooth. Chapter 122 is entitled G.I. Dentist. Before a man is separated from the Army, he must go through a complete physical checkup. This includes a visit to the dentist. This is the story of Cauliflower McPug.
What's that?
I said you're late again.
Well, it's not my fault, you see. They didn't open the guardhouse until just now, you see. Hey, stand back and flamingos are flying over.
Thank goodness this is your last day in the Army. You're going home. Cauliflower, are you going back to school?
No, I think I will. Yes, I would like to finish kindergarten, you know.
Well, I thought you said you had a scholarship.
Watch out, the shrimp boats are coming.
I thought you said you had a scholarship to Harvard Medical School.
No, yes, but they don't want me while I'm alive.
Well, there's just one more thing you have to do before you become a civilian house hunter. Take this slip and report to the dental clinic.
Always ordering me around. You know the first thing I'm going to do when I get out of the Army?
No.
That's it.
Look,
somebody must have told you.
No, they didn't.
No.
Look, will you take this slip and get over to the dentist's office before I beat your brains out?
You're going to beat my brain down? Oh, you dreamer. Boy, you go on and hit me, try and knock me silly. You're wasting your time, though.
Go on and beat it over there now and watch that back talk. Don't forget that I have bars on my shoulders.
Yeah, I bet you used to have them on your windows, too.
Another crack like that and I'll have you transferred to Pasadena.
No, not that, not that. Okay, I'll get over to the dentist office. Oh, you're Army now. You're not behind a plow. You'll never get rich. Well, here's the dental clinic. That must be the place that's got the skull and crossbones on the door.
Well, soldier, what can I do for you?
I think you've already done it. I'll take my place in the dentist here. I'm supposed to see Dr. Hoyt, a friend of mine by the name of Hoyt.
Well, what's your name?
My name's Cauliflower McPlug.
Your serial number?
Cream of wheat.
What's your mother's name?
Mother?
What's your father's name?
I'm sorry you mentioned him, you see. He died when he was 6 years old.
How could he be your father if he was only 6 years old?
He left a complete book of instructions with Mother. Followed it to the letter. Say, would you do me a favor? It's driving me nuts. Would you answer the phone, please?
Your rank.
What's that?
Your rank.
Well, you're not so hot to tell. You want to get personal? I'm a private first class.
What branch of service?
Oh, any tree I can hang on. I'm in field artillery.
What do you do?
I had a very important job, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Every time the gun is fired, I put my finger in the captain's ear.
How long have you been in the service?
4 years, 6 months, and 10 tons of spam.
Take this paper down the hall.
In that night, there's a little cat with a bell around his neck. Yes, Corporal, sir. I'll see you later, sir. I'll see you in the Army now. Mademoiselle from Armentières for Mademoiselle from Armentières for I had some good words with the dentist music. I wonder which door I go in. Let's see, I'll try this one.
Do you want gas, Colonel?
No, I like to feel like a combat man. So you can clean my teeth without anesthetic.
Well, bully for him. That was for the officers. Let's see now. Maybe this is for the enlisted men. You know, this liable to replace the firing squad. I'm getting out of here, boy. I'm getting out.
Just a second, Private.
I'm not a private.
Are you here to have your teeth x-rayed?
Yes, I'm getting out, though.
Well, just step in here. Sit in that chair. Miss Michael.
Yes, Major.
Prepare this man for an examination.
Oh, did you trap another one? Goody, goody, goody.
Okay, go ahead. Prepare me for the examination we all got to go to later.
Well, nurse, how do the teeth look?
Well, this rear molar doesn't look too good. See?
Oh, yes, it does look bad.
Get your head out of my mouth, will you?
Well, I guess I'd better pull it. Here, I'll give you this tablet. It's a painkiller.
A painkiller? Are you sure it will kill the pain?
This will kill anything. It's pure arsenic.
Isn't arsenic poison?
Yes, in a way. 99 9/10 of the human race is allergic to it. But you may be the 1/10 of 1% that arsenic won't hurt. Now, here, take it.
Well, that ain't no gamble at all.
Look, just hold your mouth open for 1 second.
Now, yeah, I'll open my mouth, but don't hurt me, will you, please?
There. Did that hurt?
No, but I could have saved you a lot of time by just handing them to you. See, I wear forks.
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in washers, water heaters, home freezers, refrigerators, and gas or electric ranges, everything Norge makes, Norge makes right. Make it a point to go see your Norge dealer this week for a free demonstration of the new Norge Timeline automatic washer. The automatic washer that gets clothes cleaner by actual test than other washers, even wringer types. The washer that gives clothes 5 warm rinses yet uses less water than average. The washer that does your wash day work for you automatically from fill to spin dry. Yes, see the new Norge Timeline automatic washer at your Norge dealer soon. And now, until next week,
this is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Hey, Costello, come over here. Hey, by the way, what were you doing at Universal International Studios this morning?
Oh, I had to take my pet flies over there.
You took flies to a picture studio? What for?
To get them a screen test.
Who was that redheaded... Hey, Lo, who was that redheaded girl that was with you?
Oh, she's been chasing after me for years, Abbott. I call her Pilot Light.
Pilot Light?
Yeah, she's an old flame that stayed lit. But she's a lovely girl, Abbott. She's very social.
Does she have good connections, Lou?
I beg your pardon?
Does she have good connections?
Well, she never fell apart while I was with her.
No. I'm talking about her connections. Her associates. Does she belong to the Junior League?
Belong to the Junior League? No, she belongs to the Coast League. She used to pitch for the San Francisco Seals.
Costello, I'm talking about the Junior League. Society. Has she come out yet? Has she made her debut?
Her what?
Her debut?
Oh, sure. Every time she comes out, debut. Debut, all right. They say, boo! Get in the house!
All right.
Hey, but she's very high-tone, Abbott.
What do you mean?
She was born in the south of England.
Oh, I see. Her family came from Wales.
Her family came from Wales?
Yes.
I thought her conversation sounded a little fishy.
Talk sense, please. Wales is part of England. That means they're English people. Now, what does her father do, Lou?
He's got a big diplomatic job with a bakery.
A diplomatic job in a bakery?
Yeah, in Helm's Bakery. He's a British advisor to the English crumpets.
All right. Forget about her father. What does she do?
What does she do?
Yes.
Well, she weighs 250 pounds, and she's got a big job as a sandhog.
Now, how could a woman be a sandhog?
She sits around the beach all day and hogs the sand.
Sounds like quite a family. Are they wealthy?
Wealthy? Abbott, they got a chateau in France, a villa in Switzerland, a castle in Spain, and a hacienda in Mexico.
Where do they live?
In a Quonset hut in Glendale.
You're wasting your time with these people. Why don't you get yourself a good job?
I had a good job once, Abbott. I worked for a foot doctor. I used to put bird seed in people's shoes.
Bird seeds in people's shoes?
Sure, that keeps their pigeon toes away from their corn.
Costello, please. Look, Costello, I'm only trying to help you. Look, why don't you listen to me? You can change. I used to be dumb like you once. I was ignorant, stupid, and ugly. And do you know what caused the change?
What change?
Costello, there must be some way to get you a job. Wait a minute, I've got it. I'll speak to Harry Riddoff about you. Wait a minute, better still, I'll have my brother get you a job where he works, at the nut and bolt factory.
Your brother works in the nut and bolt factory?
Yes.
What's he doing there?
Nothing.
Nothing? You just said he was working.
He is working.
Doing what?
Nothing.
And he gets paid for doing nothing?
Well, certainly.
Yeah, but if I get a good job at the nut and bolt factory, what would I be doing?
Nothing.
Now you're talking. That's the kind of job I want.
You idiot. Nutting is hard work. My brother puts in 8 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Doing nothing?
That's right.
Look, Abbott, your brother works in the nut and bolt factory.
Yes.
Are you sure he don't do nothing besides nothing?
Well, sometimes he works in the foundry department. Then he forges steels.
How do you like that? He ain't satisfied getting paid for doing nothing. Now he forges and steals. Abbott, your brother is a crook.
He is not a crook.
Definitely.
He's worked hard all his life. Before he worked in the nut and bolt factory, he worked in a rope factory.
What's he doing in a rope factory?
Nothing.
Well, that's different. Wait a minute. What did you say he was doing in the rope factory?
Nothing.
This guy's been getting away with murder. So far, he's had 2 jobs up to now. He's been doing nothing and nothing.
Costello, listen to me, and I'll try to explain it so that even you can understand.
Thank you.
The rope factory makes tennis nets.
What?
Nets.
And nets to you, too.
Now, listen, you idiot. My brother made tennis nets. The nets are tied together with nuts, and my brother does nothing.
Just a second, Abbott. When did your brother start nutting?
Nutting? Oh, about 3 years ago.
And what's he doing now?
I told you, nutting.
Look, up to now you told me less than that. You said your brother did nothing for 3 years, and now he's doing nothing. When is he going to start doing something?
He is doing something.
What?
Nutting.
Nothing is nothing? Well, Abbott, one of us is nuts. Look, don't your brother get tired of doing nothing?
Oh, of course. When he gets tired, he takes a vacation.
What does he do on his vacation?
Nothing.
Now, there is a pretty picture. This guy does nothing for 3 years, but doing nothing is too tough for him, so he gets a new job doing nothing. Then he gets tired of doing nothing, so he takes a vacation and does nothing.
Now you've got it.
Well, if I got it, I caught it from you.
Experience is the best teacher.
3 running steps, a bound from the springboard high into the air, and straight down into the water for a perfect jackknife dive. Once again, the crowd cheers blonde, beautiful Mildred O'Donnell, Metropolitan Diving Champion of New York. It takes experience to dive like that.
As Miss O'Donnell said,
experience is the best teacher in diving. And that goes for smoking, too. I learned from experience that Camel is a cigarette for me.
Yes, experience is the best teacher. And the experience of smoking whatever cigarette brands they could get during the wartime shortage taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Then as when folks' T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, learned that Camel suited them best. The result?
Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before.
Get acquainted with Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness. See if Camels don't suit your T-zone to a T. Yes, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. And while you light up a Camel, Skinny Anna sings, "My number one dream came true."
A million times a day, I pinch myself and say, my number one dream came true. And if I rub my eyes, it's only in surprise, my number one dream came true. I had my number 2 and 3 and 4 dreams, with lots of possibilities in each. I might have planned on dreaming even more dreams, 'cause number 1 was way beyond reach. I can't believe it yet, but if my fate was set, it did what I wanted to. Don't ask me when or why or how, but if I'm here with you, my number 1 dream came true. My number 2 and 3 and 4 dreams, with lots of possibilities in each. I might have planned on dreaming even more dreams, 'cause number 1 was way beyond reach. I can't believe it yet, but if my fate was set, it did what I'd wanted to. Don't ask me when or why or how, but if I'm here with you, my number 1 dream came true.
Costello, it's time for you to start thinking of the future. Why don't you get a good job? Be industrious. Keep your nose to the grindstone. Save your money, and in 10 years you can retire, and you won't have to work, Lou.
Why should I go through all that? I'm not working now.
I don't believe you ever had a job.
Oh, a guy's a sucker to work, Abbott. All you got to do is go on one of those quiz programs. The other night, my Aunt May won $9,000 in cash, a refrigerator, 2 washing machines, and a brand new house.
Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah, and she was one of the losers.
Costello, please. Aren't you interested in bettering yourself? Why don't you find an honest job?
What, and quit radio?
I don't. Why don't you look at the ads in the paper and find a job for yourself?
Oh, I got a job all picked out, Abbott.
You have?
I saw an ad in the funny papers. It said sell 24 bottles of Chief Schmo's spot remover and get a magic lantern free. I can also win the $500 grand prize by selling 175 million bottles.
Oh, Costello, there are only 130 million people in the United States.
So what? I got friends in Mexico.
Well, now, wait a minute. Selling spot remover is better than doing nothing at all. Come on, let's go over and see this Chief Schmo. Well, here it is, Costello. See the sign on the door? Chief Schmo's Indian Remedy Company.
Spot remover, Indian tonic, scalp treatments, and Tommy Hawk sharpen.
Yeah. Well, come on, let's go in.
Well, good morning, gentlemen. As the Santa Fe train said to the freight train, I am the chief.
Costello, hey, this guy don't look like an Indian to me.
Sure he is. I can tell by the way he's dressed. He's wearing an arrow collar and a bow tie. Get it? Bow and arrow.
Get your catchers, Mid Abbott. I'm pitching them in there tonight.
Quiet, Costello, quiet. Chief Schmo, my friend Costello read your ad in the funny papers, and he'd like to try selling your spot remover.
Well, to be a Chief Schmo salesman, Costello, you'll have to have fire in your voice. You've got to go with feeling blaze with personality.
What do you want, a salesman or a blowtorcher?
Chief, do you think Costello can handle this job?
Costello, we'll have to fill out this application form. I'll read the questions, and when they apply to you, just answer yes. Were you a college graduate? Were you a high school graduate? Were you a grammar school graduate? Were you born? Well, I'll turn the form over on the other side and see if it goes any lower. Costello, our personnel is highly restricted, specially selected. We demand the highest qualifications. What makes you think you can be a cheap schmo salesman?
When I saw your ad in the funny papers.
Oh, good. For a while, I didn't think you had the qualifications. Now, before you go out to sell cheap schmo's spot remover, I want to give you a few pointers about being a door-to-door salesman.
I don't want to be a door salesman. Who wants to sell doors? I want to sell spot remover.
No, young man, when I say you sell door-to-door, I don't mean you sell doors. I mean that you sell spot remover, even though you're selling door-to-door.
How do you like that? Now the Indians aren't doing our routine.
Now, Costello, when a housewife tries to slam the door on you, make sure your foot is in the way.
But my foot might get hurt.
In your case, stick your head in the door. Now, here's your 24 bottles of spot remover in your sample case. Sell these and you get the magic lantern.
Wait a minute. Let me get this right, Chief. If Costello sells the 24 bottles in one day, he not only gets the magic lantern, but also a special prize?
That is correct. Mm-hmm. This week we have a very valuable prize. A genuine 12-foot pole.
12-foot pole? What's that for?
That's for girls you can't touch with a 10-foot pole. Get going and sell that spot remover.
Hey, Costello. There's a woman right over there, Costello. Why don't you make her your first customer?
Okay, that's a good idea. Pardon me, miss.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello, you fat little mon, you.
Costello is selling spot remover.
Oh, fine. I'd love to patronize him, but I'm very busy. I'm on my way to Arm Studios.
Arm Studios? Why, Abbott, you heard of Arm Studios. That's where they make pictures with Clark Gable, Luna Tuna, and Mookie Rooney.
Did you ever...
Yes, sir.
Did you ever ask that Arm was sponsor Trucy?
No, but I was a cool boy at Republic with Rui Rouges.
Well, I must be toddling along. As we say in Norwegian, Arvad arvusted gumka nakiska to you?
And a wad of busted bubble gum and a kisser to you, too.
Hiya, fellas. Well, Hey, excuse me. Costello's selling spot remover. Would you like to buy some?
No, thanks. I don't need any.
Oh, you don't, eh? You certainly do. Look at the stains on your necktie. I can tell everything you had for lunch. Shrimp, clam chowder, lamb chops, and coffee. Why, there's only one clean spot on your whole necktie.
I know. I'm saving that for dessert.
Never mind him, Costello. Hey, look. Here comes Marilyn Maxwell.
Oh, Louis, the most wonderful thing that's happened. I've just been chosen California's Queen of the Orange Groves.
Marilyn, can I be your smudge pot?
Louis, you're so cute.
Marilyn, can I come over to your house tonight?
Not tonight, Louis. I'm washing my dog.
How about tomorrow night?
Well, tomorrow night I'm taking my dog to the dog show.
How about Saturday night?
Well, Saturday night I'm busy.
What's your dog doing?
Marilyn, Costello's selling spot remover. Would you like to buy a bottle?
Well, is it any good?
Oh, sure, that's my line. Certainly it's good. I'll show you. Ooh, there's a little spot on your dress. Now, I soak my handkerchief with a spot remover and rub it on your dress. Don't just stand there, Abbott. Throw a blanket around her.
Louis, you've ruined my dress. Goodbye.
Well, Costello, you certainly lost Marilyn for a customer. Well, come on. Let's go in here to Mrs. Wetwash's house.
Hello, Mr. Abbott. Oh, my. I wonder who left that garbage can on my front stoop. Oh, pardon me. That's Costello.
Oh, Mrs. Wetwash, we don't want to bother you if you have company.
Company? Why, I'm here all alone.
Then who are those two people looking over your shoulder? Oh, pardon me. That's your ears.
Quiet, Costello. Quiet. Mrs. Wetwash, Costello's selling spot remover.
What? What is it?
He's selling spot remover.
Selling it?
Yeah.
We ought to drink some of it.
drink, spot remover.
Spot remover? Oh, I thought you said pot remover. Now get out of here before I slam the door on you.
Come on, Costello, come on.
Okay. No, we can't. Remember what Chief Schmo said? If a woman tries to close the door, stick your head in it. Go ahead, slam the door, Mrs. Whitwash.
All right.
Mrs. Whitwash, you've slammed the door on Costello's head.
Oh, you poor little man. I'll buy all your spot remover, every bottle. I'll stroke your head until the swelling goes down, and then I'll put my arms around you, cuddle you close to me, and I'll kiss you and kiss you and kiss you and kiss you. Costello, can you hear me?
Yeah, slam the door on my head again.
Marilyn Maxwell from Metro Goldwyn Mayer, producers of Sea of Grass. And here's Marilyn to sing for camel fans everywhere.
There is no greater love than what I feel for you. No greater love, no heart so true. There is no greater thrill than what you bring to me. No sweeter song than what you sing to me. You're the sweetest thing I have ever known, and to think that you are mine alone. There is no greater love in all the world, it's true. No greater love than what I feel for you. No greater love, no heart so true. No sweeter song than what you sing to me. Sweetest thing I've known. You are mine alone. There is no greater love in all the world, it's true. No greater love than, baby, what I feel for you.
Plenty of smokers say that the first time camels in their T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, got acquainted, some mighty pleasant things began to happen. Well, why not see for yourself if Camel's rich, full flavor doesn't win a fast and grateful thank you from your taste? See how your throat reacts to Camel's cool mildness. Experience in your own T-zone may tell you that Camel is your cigarette, too. And you'll understand why so many doctors prefer Camels. 3 leading independent research organizations recently asked this question of 113,597 doctors. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? The brand named most was Camel.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Well, Costello, you sold all the spot remover. Now let's go into here to Chief Schmo's office and give him the money and get your magic lantern.
Good morning. Whom do you wish to see?
I'd like to see Chief Schmo.
I'm sorry, he's busy now. He's holding a powwow.
A what?
Powwow, powwow, powwow.
I can hear you. There's a dog barking somewhere.
Quiet, Costello. Here comes the chief.
Ah, gentlemen, as Michelangelo said to Venus de Milo, I see you're back.
Costello sold all the spot remover, Chief, and he's here to get his magic lantern.
What? He sold all that junk?
What?
I mean, that spot remover?
Oh, yes.
Well, as Lippy DeRocha said when speaking of his new bride, what a day. And as Lippy DeRocha said to Happy Chandler, what, a year?
If you don't mind, Chief, just give Costello's magic lantern and we'll be going.
That's not so fast, boys. By selling that spot remover, Costello was only qualified for the magic lantern. Now all he has to do is help me sell 980 bottles of Schmo's Indian water.
I can sell anything. I even sold insurance. I sold Lana Turner some sweater insurance. I sold Dorothy Lamore some sarong insurance. I even sold Gypsy Rose Lee insurance, too.
Wait a minute. What did Gypsy Rose Lee have insured?
These Indians lead shelters' lives, don't they? She took full coverage.
Wait a minute. Why should this boy have to sell 980 bottles of Schmo's Indian water? Chief, this sounds like a shady deal.
Mr. Abbott, there's $50 in it for you if you can get Costello to help me.
Oh, that's different. Costello, I think it's a splendid idea.
Wait a minute,
Now.
Wait a minute. You just said it was a shady deal. The smog cleared up pretty fast, didn't it?
Chief, what does this Indian water do?
Schmo's Indian water is the elixir of youth. It takes years off your life. Why, Al Jolson took 1 teaspoonful, and do you know what happened? Larry Parks. Here, come with me. Come into the laboratory and meet the Indians who make Schmo's Indian water. This is our head chemist.
Me, Big Brave. We're Abbott and Costello. Do you ever listen to our radio program?
Me not that brave.
Mr. Brave, I dabble in chemistry myself. Listen to this. H2O2S3.
What's that?
Ethyl alcohol. Then there's H1SSO5.
What's that?
Ethyl chloride. Then there's HI2183.
What's that?
Ethel Schultz. That's her phone number. If a man answers, that's the wrong formula.
Now, this is where we make the famous Schmo's Indian water that brings back youth. This big Indian fills that pot with herbs. His squaw stirs the mixture all day long. And at night, when it's finished, elixir.
Elixir? Elixir? Now, there's gratitude for you. The poor squaw sits all day over a hot fire stirring that pot. Then at night, this Indian comes along and gives her a beating.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to report this to the police, Abbott. Beating that poor woman.
Costello, nobody's getting a beating?
He just said a squaw stirs the pot all day. Then at night, this Indian comes along and elixir.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it? Nobody's going to hit the squaw when I'm around. If he licks her tonight, I'll have to lick me. He'll have to lick me, too.
Well, look, when he says elixir, he don't mean he licks her. He means elixir, and elixir is a name.
Oh, why didn't you say so? I know her very well. She works for Warner Brothers.
Who works for Warner Brothers?
Elixir Smith.
Oh, you idiot. This elixir's a tonic. It makes you feel young. It's a pick-me-up.
It's a what?
Pick-me-up.
Okay.
Put me down, you idiot.
You just asked me to pick you up.
I did not. I said pick me up. And now put me down.
Abbott, make up your mind. Well, gentlemen, we're ready to go. Hop into the truck and we'll make our pitch in an empty lot and sell the 980 bottles of Schmo's Elixir of Life.
Hey, Costello, look at that crowds of people coming to buy Chief Schmo's Elixir of Youth. Go ahead and make your pick.
Okay. Hiya, babe. Gee, you're cute. What are you doing tonight? Wrong pitch.
Wrong pitch.
Boys, I'll make the pitch. And Costello. Yes? Costello, you sell the medicine. And remember, back up everything I say.
Yes, remember that, Costello. Anything the chief says, you back him up.
I get it.
Friends, I am Chief Schmo. Anyone that drinks Schmo's Indian water can be young forever. It takes years off your life. Look at me. I am 239 years old. I've been drinking this water since I was a young man. I've worn out 4 Schaefer Lifetime pens. Look at me. 239 years old. Friends, the medicine is $1 a bottle. My assistant will pass among you. Go ahead, Costello.
Okay. Schmo's Indian water, $1 a bottle. How about you, lady?
I'll take one. But, young man, is that Indian really 239 years old?
You couldn't prove it by me, lady. I've only been with him 146 years. All right, you fat faker. I'm an officer of the law. How long did you say you were working for that Indian? I'm going to apply for the job tomorrow morning. That's enough of that. Into the patrol wagon with you.
Just a minute, officer. I'll vouch for my friend here. You see, Costello was told to say he was 146 years old.
Well, Costello will be 146 years old by the time he gets out of jail. Into the patrol wagon with the both of you.
Well, Costello, you certainly got us in a fine mess this time.
Don't bore me out, Abbott. I've been through too much already. I'm tired and I'm thirsty. Thirsty? I know. I'll drink a couple of bottles of Chief Schmo's Elixir of Youth.
Costello. Costello. Don't drink that junk. That stuff is a... Costello, where are you?
Here I is, Abbott, right here.
Costello, I don't see you. All I see is a fat little boy.
Abbott, that stuff works. The fat little boy is me.
Costello, this is wonderful. They can't prosecute a child. When we get to the station house, I'll jump out of the patrol wagon and run. Then you turn, when I turn you loose, you come right home, do you hear?
Bye-bye, Abbott.
All right, you crooks, come out of that wagon.
There ain't no crooks in here, Mr. Policeman. Only without me.
You! How many times have I told you kids not to hitch rides on the patrol wagon? Don't you know it's wrong to do a thing like that? Why? Why do you always do these things?
Oh, I'm a bad boy!
Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel cigarettes. During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Canandaigua, New York, USAF Station Hospital, Morrison Field, West Palm Beach, Florida, U.S. Naval Hospital, Long Beach, California, U.S. Marine Hospital, Evansville, Indiana, Newton D. Baker Veterans Hospital, Martinsburg, West Virginia. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week. Are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, next week is the opening of the baseball season.
Yes, it'll be a great week for my Uncle Artie Stebbins. You know, he was a famous baseball player. He played and played till he got so old he couldn't tell a ball from a strike.
And then what happened?
They made him an umpire.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody.
Costello again next Thursday when Costello gets a telegram from Joe DiMaggio, which leads the boys into their famous baseball routine. Tune in next week and you might find out who's on first.
When a man packs his pipe with Prince Albert, he's all set for real smoking contentment. It's Prince Albert that gives a pipe smoker the extra rich flavor and the cool mildness that mean lasting enjoyment. And it's Prince Albert that's crimp-cut to pack just right in a pipe and to burn slowly and evenly. Pack your pipe with PA and enjoy the National Joy Smoke. Saturday night, enjoy Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry with the heartwarming singing of Red Foley, the happy fun-making of Minnie Pearl, the rollicking crew of Grand Ole Opry, and Red's special guest, a brand-new comedian, Red Brassfield. Be
sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. Abbott and Costello will soon be seen in the new Universal International picture, Buck Privates Come Home. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is tree. T-R-E-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! When did he get out? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx! Well, here I am again, starting off the new year with a new sponsor. Now, before we go any further, I want everybody to run down to the corner and say hello to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. As long as you're down there, you might as well buy one. George Fenneman, who's first to take a whack at the $1,000 tonight?
A bachelor and a spinster, Groucho, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, Miss Mary Hopkins and Mr. Oscar Lind. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Hopkins, Mary Hopkins.
That's right.
You're a spinster?
Yes, I am.
Where are you from, Mary?
Well, originally from Newark, New Jersey. Mm-hmm. Why'd you leave there? Weren't there any eligible bachelors in Newark?
No, I came out to California with the Prudential Insurance Company.
Well, that's good policy to follow, I think.
The best.
Oscar Lind, is that right?
That's right.
Related to Jenny Lind?
She's my sister. I have a sister by engaged.
But it's not the other Jenny Lind.
No.
You're a bachelor? And where are you from, Batch?
Well, I'm originally from Chicago.
Why'd you leave? Weren't there any eligible spinsters there?
Oh, yes, there were.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I left.
How old are you?
I'm 51.
51, eh? And Miss Hopkins?
Close to 40.
How close, Mary?
Oh, I still have a couple of years to go.
Which way?
Right.
I can't understand a girl as pretty as you not being married.
Oh, gotcha.
Well, you're a very attractive couple. Now, let's see what you have in common. Miss Hopkins, which do you prefer, the gay sporting type or the quiet, shy, unconscious type?
I think I like a little of each.
Oscar, are you gay, debonair, and witty?
No, not exactly.
So are you shy, quiet, and unconscious?
Oh, I think I'm a little of each.
Well, that's a nice combination, huh? He's half witty and half unconscious. Oscar, I tracked you into that. You can forget the whole thing. Let's pretend it never happened. Well, I always think it's fair that a couple about to be married should know each other's bad habits. What about the bad habits? Do you have any bad habits, Oscar?
I snore a little.
How do you know you snore?
That's what they tell me.
That's what they tell you, huh? Oscar, who tells you that?
My family.
Your family?
Yeah.
You mean Jenny Lind comes in and tells you your family? Where does Jenny Lind live?
Over in Englewood.
Mm-hmm. And you snore clear across town, huh? Well, you're both good kids, and inasmuch as you'll soon be married in just 1 minute, you're going to have a chance to make $1,000.
And now, here is news about the first showing of the greatest new model which has ever borne the name DeSoto. It will be on display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers on Tuesday, January 10th. A new model in every sense of the word, because it is new from bumper to bumper. The smart-looking full-width front grille gives this car a look of power, which its high-compression engine so justly deserves. Its graceful new back has sleek new lines, new fenders that have a graceful sweep to them, that will serve to make DeSoto the car that catches the eye of everyone who appreciates beauty of line and clean modern design. Yet, with all its style advantages, here is a practical car. A car that delivers such operating economy that it will truly delight you. It has more visibility in its big rear window, which has also been lowered for comfortable vision. Bigger brakes with less pedal pressure. A truly roomy trunk. Chair-high seats. Wide doors. And, of course, being a DeSoto, it lets you drive without shifting. Tuesday, January 10th is the day to see it. The first day. Don't miss the unveiling which takes place at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now, let's see if you two are going to be our winning couple and get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Gentlemen, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected current popular tunes as your category. Is that right? Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to bet?
10.
Jerry Fielding will play. You give me the name of the song.
Gentle people.
Come on, out the whole title now.
Dear hearts and
Dear hard and gentle people, is right.
And they're on their way. They have $30, Groucho.
Now, you've got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $30 will you try?
20.
What is the name of this song?
Don't cry, Joe.
Don't Cry, Joe is correct.
They're climbing, Groucho. They have $50.
All right, you're climbing. You got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you try?
30, 40.
Talk up. Remember, you're going to be married soon, so you'll have to start talking to each other.
40.
You're going to try $40. Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry. What is it? Come on, take a stab. Nothing?
Oh.
Well, I'm sorry. It's slipping around.
Oh, yes.
They now have $10.
That's a shame. You still got a chance for the big money. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 10 are you going to go for?
5.
5? Is that all right with you, Oscar?
Anyone bet the
Oscar,
whole
stop
10?
dreaming of Jenny Lind here.
We bet the 10.
Let's see if you can identify this song.
I Can Dream.
I Can Dream, Can I is correct.
And they wind up with $20.
You wound up with $20. Thanks and good luck from your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You still have a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still tree.
I know it, George.
Perhaps the next couple will say it, though. We asked for some housewives who lived in Hollywood, and just before we went on the air, Mrs. Etta Turkle was selected to be on the show. Her partner is the Honorable Gordon L. McDonough, member of the United States House of Representatives. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Oh, welcome to You Bet Your Life and a Happy New Year. And if one of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. Honorable Gordon L. McDonough, you're a congressman.
That's correct.
Is everybody honorable in Congress?
I certainly hope so.
How long have you been in Congress? I mean, in Congress.
This is my third term.
Third time, eh? You better look out. One more offense and you'll get life. Are you married, Gordon?
Oh, yes.
Who's the Speaker of the House?
Sam Rayburn.
Now, come now. You're not married to Sam Rayburn. Who's the Speaker in your house?
Oh, Mrs. McDonough, of course.
Any little minority parties at home?
Yes, I have a family.
How many squawkers do you have, Gordon?
7.
Raising your own votes, eh?
Yes, they're all able to vote.
Can I ask who they vote for?
You can guess.
So can you know. Mrs. Turkle, is that right?
That's right.
What does your husband do, Mrs. Turkle?
He's a salesman.
What does he sell?
Siding for homes.
Siding?
For homes.
I mean, what kind of... Insiding or outsiding? Etta, how old are you? Are you old enough to vote?
Yes.
How long have you been voting?
15 years.
Add to that 21, that makes you 36, is that right?
Well, make it 34.
You were voting illegally 2 years? As a voter, do you feel there's anything wrong with the country, Etta?
Well, I think so. Nothing serious.
No.
Well,
What?
taxes are going up. Employment is going down.
Well, look, Etta, if you feel that way about it, why don't you squawk about it?
I do.
Well, who do you squawk to?
My husband.
What does he say?
Well, he don't say anything. He just sits there and listens to the radio.
Why don't you complain to your congressman? Who is your congressman?
Well, begins with a T. I'm not sure of his name.
Is it Truman? No, he's from Missouri. Didn't you say you lived in Hollywood?
Yes.
Well, shake hands with your congressman. There's 2 more votes for you, Gordon. Didn't you know that Mr. McDonough was your representative in Washington?
I had no idea.
Can you tell me who played Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind?
Clark Gable.
Well, Congressman, my advice to you is to get a job in the movies playing congressman. What is your party, Etta? You don't have to answer that, but if you don't, we throw you in jail.
I don't pick the party, it's the man.
You voted for Clark Gable, huh? Now, Mrs. Tickle, I don't mean to be too hard on you. Most of us don't know our congressman. In fact, if it wasn't for Barclay's marriage, I wouldn't know who was vice president. Do you have any special job in Washington, Gordon?
I'm a member of the Public Works Committee and also a member of Subcommittee on Flood Control.
The public gets the works from every committee in Washington. Have you been the author of any important bills?
Yes, I'm the author of the bill that's now being investigated right here in Los Angeles for an Air Force Academy. And also for the improvement of the Los Angeles Post Office. I obtained $1,760,000 for that during the last Congress.
What's that? Put fresh ink in the...
No.
Do you have any message for the voting public, Congressman? Remember, this is only a half-hour program.
Well, of course, the important thing is to let your congressman know how you feel.
Mm-hmm. I see. Mrs. Tickle, how do you feel?
Oh, fine.
Well, that's what you wanted to know, wasn't it, Gordon? Well, Congressman McDonough, it's been a privilege to have you here, and when you get back to Washington, I want you to stand up there on the floor of the House and tell them Mrs. Tickle is feeling just fine. Now let's play the DeSoto Plymouth game. You bet your life for $1,000. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The Bachelor and the Spinster won $20.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames of states as your category. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to shoot for?
10.
All right. What state is known as the Hoosier State?
Indiana.
Indiana is right.
And they're on their way, Groucho, with $30.
Oh, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
20.
Agreeable.
All right. What state is known as the Free State? It's a tough one. Mrs. Tickle, you can think, too, you know.
Oh, I just can't.
Well, I'm sorry. The bell is tolled, and it's Maryland. Now you only have $10. Is that right?
Right.
$10. How much are you going to try now?
10.
$10. Okay. What state is known as the Show Me State?
Missouri.
Missouri is correct.
And they're on their way again. They have $20.
All right. Now you're climbing. You got $20. How much are you going to try the 20?
20.
What state is known as the Bluegrass State?
Kentucky.
Kentucky is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $40.
Thanks and good luck from your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Well, we'll soon know who's going to be tops tonight and get the chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, who's leading?
Well, the housewife and the congressman are ahead with $40. And Groucho, the secret word is still tree.
It is.
We invited some sailors to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected apprentice seaman John Stafford, and his partner is Admiral Frederick C. Sherman. And here they come. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, mates. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. An admiral and a sailor, eh? Sailor, where you from?
Arkansas.
Where are you stationed now?
Terminal Island.
John Stafford, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You related to Joe Stafford, the singer?
No, sir.
You wish you were?
Yes, sir.
Admiral Sherman, is that right? Where are you stationed, Admiral?
I'm not stationed anywhere. I'm retired.
Why don't you wear your uniform? Don't you ever wear it anymore?
Well, when I'm retired, I'm not supposed to wear the uniform except on national holidays or occasions of great ceremony.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you wear it around the house?
No.
Never put it on?
Not in a long time.
Does it fit anymore? Huh?
Yeah, I think it still fits.
Oh, you have tried it on, Oh, by the way, do you kids know each other? Fred, shake hands with Joe here. Huh?
How you do, sir?
Sailor, you look nervous. Is this the first time you've been close to a microphone, John?
Well, it's first time I've been close to an admiral.
Say, the admiral looks a little nervous, too. Maybe he's never been this close to a sailor. Fred, I'll call you Fred. You don't want me to keep calling you Admiral, do you?
No.
You're just wearing your suit around the house. And... this is not said in any derogatory sense, Fred, but what kind of an admiral are you? Huh?
Well, I'm what they call a full admiral.
You mean you just ate? What other kind of admirals are there? Empty admirals?
Oh, yeah.
Fred, would you enlighten me? What kind of admirals are there?
Vice admiral.
Vice. Well, that sounds very interesting. John, what is your title in the Navy?
Seaman apprentice.
How long have you been in the service?
Just several months.
And what did you start out with? Huh? What rank?
Seaman apprentice.
Well, don't look now, but your rank is dragging. Huh? Are you married, sailor?
No.
No what?
I'm not married.
Is that the way you bring up these sailors, Admiral?
No, sir.
Tell them what to say, Admiral.
Say no, sir.
No, sir.
I'll pipe you overboard. I wish I knew what that meant, huh? I'd pipe him at that if I wasn't smoking a cigar. Now then, are you married?
No, sir.
Admiral, what about you? Before you got married, did you have a girl in every port?
No, that's an old myth.
I don't care how old she is. You didn't have a girl in every port? Did you have some port in every girl? Admiral Sherman, how long have you been in the Navy?
Well, I had almost 41 years' service when I retired.
What was your biggest mistake?
Well, when I was a student aviator down in Pensacola, I tried to taxi a 105-foot wing-spread airplane through an 80-foot drawbridge.
That wasn't when you retired, though, huh? What was your most exciting experience, Admiral?
Well, I think it was when I was captain of the aircraft carrier Lexington in the Battle of Coral Sea, and the Lexington was damaged and had to be sunk later by our own torpedoes.
What was your biggest thrill, Admiral?
When I stood on the bridge of the Missouri in Tokyo Bay and watched the Japanese sign the surrender terms at the end of World War II.
Well, that's about as big a thrill as anybody could have. I didn't know you were quite that much of a war hero. Wouldn't have cracked all those bum jokes about you. You're going to have quite a job following this chap here, sailor.
Yes, sir.
Now, sailor, come down out of the rigging. I want to ask you a few things. In your Navy career, what was your most harrowing experience?
Well, I guess that was the time I forgot to salute an officer.
You're lucky they didn't make you walk the plank, huh? Did you get a demotion?
Oh, no, they can't do that to me. There's nothing lower than the seaman apprentice.
Why do you say you weren't demoted?
Because there's nothing lower than the seaman apprentice.
Well, Fred, now that you're retired, how are you spending your time? Feeding pigeons?
No, I've been writing a book for the last 2 years.
Oh, you're an admiral, all right. So what's the book about?
Well, its title is Combat Command, the American Aircraft Carriers in the Pacific War. Admiral Bill Halsey has written a foreword for me, and it'll be on the bookstands on the 27th of January.
Well, put me down for one of the first copies, will you? Anybody doesn't buy a copy, we'll have him court-martialed. Do you have any advice that would benefit our sailor here, Admiral?
Well, yes, I'd advise him to make the most of his opportunities in the Navy by advancing himself, going through the trade schools, and taking the correspondence courses which are available to everybody in the Navy.
What about you, sailor? Sailor, what advice have you got for the Admiral here?
Seamen don't have advices for Admiral.
Go on, go ahead. Go ahead, as one sailor to another, slip him some advice. Tell him where's the best place to find some girls. Would you say Hollywood and Vine?
Well, I've always had pretty good luck on her Sunset and Gower.
Well, there you are, Admiral. How soon will you be over there?
Oh, I'm not interested in that anymore.
Well, you're retired, all right. Well, I must say that the Navy has acquitted itself admirably here tonight. Now, gentlemen, you're going to weigh anchors for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big money. Fenneman, remind our listeners who's ahead.
The housewife and the congressman are ahead with $40.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Smiths and Jones as your category. Now, you have $20. How much do you want to try?
10. I think we can gamble on 10, yes.
What is the name of the Jones girl who recently married David O. Selznick?
Jennifer, wasn't it?
Jennifer Jones is right.
Yes, they're on their way with $30, Groucho.
How much of the 30 will you try?
15.
15, huh? Okay. What was the name of the famous Smith who was a friend of Pocahontas?
John Smith.
Captain John Smith is right.
They're climbing now. They have $45.
All right, you got $45. How much you going to try? Here's your third question.
20. I think 20 be, yes.
20. What is the first name of the former golf champion named Jones?
Bobby.
Bobby Jones is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $65.
All right, you're shooting along with $65, and here's your last chance now to beat the other couples. How much of the 65 you going to shoot?
30.
35.
30.
30 then.
30.
You're going to wind up in irons, you know that. What was the name of a famous Smith who was a governor of New York? He wore a brown derby.
Al Smith.
Al Smith is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $95.
Shake hands with the Admiral there, huh?
And that means that the sailor and the Admiral, with their $95, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Yes, no matter what make of car you now drive or expect to buy, don't make a decision until you visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer on Tuesday, January 10th. For that is the big day to see this truly new model, the new DeSoto. A car with feature after feature that's new. A car whose beauty of line and great performance will do more than all the talk in the world to thrill you and your entire family. A car so smartly designed that you'll want it standing in front of your home. A car so skillfully designed that it brings a whole new concept of driving ease, of roominess. As for economy of operation, here again, mere words cannot do justice to the power at your command of its high-compression engine, to its long-life valves that add thousands of trouble-free miles to your driving pleasure, to its bigger, easier-to-apply brakes, to the tiptoe hydraulic shift and fluid drive that lets you drive without shifting. This year, more than ever before, it's DeSoto that is pointing the way to automotive beauty, economy, comfort, with not just a few changes, but an entirely new model. So next Tuesday, January 10th, make sure you see this new DeSoto at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And here are the sailor and the admiral, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully, and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. When George Washington was given command of the Continental Army, his commission as general was signed by the President of the Continental Congress. Who was this President of the Continental Congress? Okay, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
I think it was John Adams.
No, I'm sorry. It was John Hancock. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $95 in the quiz. Congratulations and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, the big question will be worth $1,500.
Well, it's time to let Bing Crosby have the air, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving your car, don't depend on the other guy. Suppose he's depending on you. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is tree, T-R-E-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Groucho! When did he get out? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx! Well, here I am again, starting off the new year with a new sponsor. Now, before we go any further, I want everybody to run down to the corner and say hello to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. As long as you're down there, you might as well buy one. George Fenneman, who's first to take a whack at the $1,000 tonight?
A bachelor and a spinster, Groucho, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they are, Miss Mary Hopkins and Mr. Oscar Lind. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, youngsters, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Hopkins, Mary Hopkins.
That's right.
You're a spinster?
Yes, I am.
Where are you from, Mary?
Well, originally from Newark, New Jersey.
Mm-hmm. Why'd you leave there? Weren't there any eligible bachelors in Newark?
No, I came out to California with the Prudential Insurance Company.
Well, that's good policy to follow, I think.
The best.
Oscar Lind, is that right?
That's right.
Related to Jenny Lind?
She's my sister. I have a sister by that name.
But it's not the other Jenny Lind.
No.
You're a bachelor, and where are you from, Batch?
Well, I'm originally from Chicago.
Why'd you leave? Weren't there any eligible spinsters there?
Oh, yes, there were.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I left.
How old are you?
I'm 51.
51, And Miss Hopkins?
Close to 40.
How close, Mary?
Oh, I still have a couple of years to go.
Which way?
Right.
I can't understand a girl as pretty as you not being married.
Oh, Groucho.
Well, you're a very attractive couple. Now, let's see what you have in common. Miss Hopkins, which do you prefer, the gay sporting type or the quiet, shy, unconscious type?
I think I like a little of each.
Oscar, are you gay, debonair, and witty?
No, not exactly.
Well, are you shy, quiet, and unconscious?
Oh, I think I'm a little of each.
That's a nice combination, huh? He's half witty and half unconscious. Oscar, I trapped you into that. You can forget the whole thing. Let's pretend it never happened. Well, I always think it's fair that a couple about to be married should know each other's bad habits. What about the bad habits? Do you have any bad habits, Oscar?
I snore a little.
How do you know you snore?
That's what they tell me.
That's what they tell you, huh? Oscar, who tells you that?
My family.
Your family? You mean Jenny Lynn comes in and tells you that? Where does Jenny Lynn live?
Over in Englewood.
Mm-hmm. And you snore clear across town, huh? Well, you're both good kids, and inasmuch as you'll soon be married in just 1 minute, you're going to have a chance to make $1,000.
And now, here is news about the first showing of the greatest new model which has ever borne the name DeSoto. It will be on display at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers on Tuesday, January 10th. A new model in every sense of the word, because it is new from bumper to bumper. The smart-looking full-width front grille gives this car a look of power, which its high-compression engine so justly deserves. Its graceful new back has sleek new lines, new fenders that have a graceful sweep to them, that will serve to make DeSoto the car that catches the eye of everyone who appreciates beauty of line and clean modern design. Yet, with all its style advantages, here is a practical car. A car that delivers such operating economy that it will truly delight you. It has more visibility in its big rear window, which has also been lowered for comfortable vision. Bigger brakes with less pedal pressure. A truly roomy trunk. Chair-high seats. Wide doors. And, of course, being a DeSoto, it lets you drive without shifting. Tuesday, January 10th is the day to see it. The first day. Don't miss the unveiling which takes place at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now, let's see if you two are going to be our winning couple and get a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Gentlemen, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected current popular tunes as your category. Is that right? Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to bet?
10.
Jerry Fielding will play. You give me the name of the song.
Gentle people.
Come on, now. The whole title now.
Dear hearts and
Dear heart and gentle people is right.
And they're on their way. They have $30, Groucho.
Now, you've got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $30 will you try?
20.
What is the name of this song?
Don't cry, Joe.
Don't Cry, Joe is correct.
They're climbing, Groucho. They have $50.
All right, you're climbing. You got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you try?
30, 40.
Talk up. Remember, you're going to be married soon, so you'll have to start talking to each other.
40.
You're going to try $40. Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry. What is it? Come on, take a stab. Nothing?
Oh.
Well, I'm sorry. It's slipping around.
Oh, yes.
They now have $10.
That's a shame. You still got a chance with the big money. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 10 are you going to go for?
5.
5? Is that all right with you, Oscar?
And you want to bet the
Oscar,
whole
stop
10?
dreaming of Jenny Lind here.
We'll bet the 10.
Let's see if you can identify this song.
I Can Dream.
I Can Dream, Can I is correct.
And they wind up with $20.
You wound up with $20. Thanks and good luck from your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You still have a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still tree.
I know it, George.
Perhaps the next couple will say it, though. We asked for some housewives who lived in Hollywood, and just before we went on the air, Mrs. Etta Turkle was selected to be on the show. Her partner is the Honorable Gordon L. McDonough, member of the United States House of Representatives. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Oh, welcome to You Bet Your Life and a Happy New Year. And if one of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. Honorable Gordon L. McDonough, you're a congressman.
That's correct.
Is everybody honorable in Congress?
I certainly hope so.
How long have you been in Congress? I mean in Congress.
This is my third term.
Third time, eh? You better look out. One more offense and you'll get life. Are you married, Gordon?
Oh, yes.
Who's the Speaker of the House?
Sam Rayburn.
Now, come now. You're not married to Sam Rayburn. Who's the Speaker in your house?
Oh, Mrs. McDonough, of course.
Any little minority parties at home?
Yes, I have a family.
How many squawkers do you have, Gordon?
7.
Raising your own votes, eh?
Yes, they're all able to vote.
Can I ask who they vote for?
You can guess.
So can you know. Mrs. Turkle, is that right?
That's right.
What does your husband do, Mrs. Turkle?
He's a salesman.
What does he sell?
Siding for homes.
Siding?
For homes.
I mean, what kind of... Insiding or outsiding? Etta, how old are you? Are you old enough to vote?
Yes.
How long have you been voting?
15 years.
Add to that 21, that makes you 36, is that right?
Well, make it 34.
You were voting illegally 2 years? As a voter, do you feel there's anything wrong with the country, Etta?
Well, I think so. Nothing serious.
No.
Well,
What?
taxes are going up. Employment is going down.
Well, look, Etta, if you feel that way about it, why don't you squawk about it?
I do.
Who do you squawk to?
My husband.
What does he say?
Well, he don't say anything. He just sits there and listens to the radio.
Why don't you complain to your congressman? Who is your congressman?
Well, begins with a T. I'm not sure of his name.
Is it Truman? No, he's from Missouri. Didn't you say you lived in Hollywood?
Yes.
Well, shake hands with your congressman. There's 2 more votes for you, Gordon. Didn't you know that Mr. McDonough was your representative in Washington?
I had no idea.
Can you tell me who played Rhett Butler in Gone with the Wind?
Clark Gable.
Well, Congressman, my advice to you is to get a job in the movies playing congressman. What is your party, Etta? You don't have to answer that, but if you don't, we throw you in jail.
I don't pick the party, it's the man.
You voted for Clark Gable, huh? Now, Mrs. Turkle, I don't mean to be too hard on you. Most of us don't know our congressman. In fact, if it wasn't for Barclay's marriage, I wouldn't know who was vice president. Do you have any special job in Washington, Gordon?
I'm a member of the Public Works Committee and also a member of Subcommittee on Flood Control.
The public gets the works from every committee in Washington. Have you been the author of any important bills?
Yes, I'm the author of the bill that's now being investigated right here in Los Angeles for an Air Force Academy. And also for the improvement of the Los Angeles Post Office. I obtained $1,760,000 for that during the last Congress.
What's that? Put fresh ink in the...
No.
Do you have any message for the voting public, Congressman? Remember, this is only a half-hour program.
Well, of course, the important thing is to let your congressman know how you feel.
Mm-hmm. I see. Mrs. Takel, how do you feel?
Oh, fine.
Well, that's what you wanted to know, wasn't it, Gordon? Well, Congressman McDonough, it's been a privilege to have you here, and when you get back to Washington, I want you to stand up there on the floor of the House and tell them Mrs. Takel is feeling just fine. Now let's play the DeSoto Plymouth game. You bet your life for $1,000. You run your $20 into more than our other couples, and you get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The Bachelor and the Spinster won $20.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected nicknames of states as your category. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to shoot for?
10.
All right. What state is known as the Hoosier State?
Indiana.
Indiana is right.
And they're on their way, Groucho, with $30.
Oh, remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
20.
Agreeable.
All right. What state is known as the Free State? It's a tough one. Mrs. Takel, you can think, too, you know.
Oh, I just can't.
Well, I'm sorry. The bell is tolled, and it's Maryland. Now you only have $10. Is that right?
Right.
$10. How much you going to try now?
10.
$10. Okay. What state is known as the Show Me State?
Missouri.
Missouri is correct.
And they're on their way again. They have $20.
All right. Now you're climbing. You got $20. How much you going to try the 20?
20.
What state is known as the Bluegrass State?
Kentucky.
Kentucky is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $40.
Thanks and good luck from your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Well, we'll soon know who's going to be tops tonight and get the chance at the $1,000. Penniman, who's leading?
Well, the housewife and the congressman are ahead with $40. And Groucho, the secret word is still tree.
It is.
We invited some sailors to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected apprentice seaman John Stafford, and his partner is Admiral Frederick C. Sherman. And here they come. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, mates. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you see every day. An admiral and a sailor, eh? Sailor, where you from?
Arkansas.
Where are you stationed now?
Terminal Island.
John Stafford, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You related to Joe Stafford, the singer?
No, sir.
You wish you were?
Yes, sir.
Admiral Sherman, is that right? Where are you stationed, Admiral?
I'm not stationed anywhere. I'm retired.
Why don't you wear your uniform, man? Don't you ever wear it anymore?
Well, when I'm retired, I'm not supposed to wear the uniform except on national holidays or occasions of great ceremony.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you wear it around the house?
No.
Never put it on?
Not in a long time.
Does it fit anymore? Huh?
Yeah, I think it still fits.
Oh, you have tried it on there. Oh, by the way, do you kids know each other? Fred, shake hands with Joe here, huh?
How you do, sir?
Sailor, you look nervous. Is this the first time you've been close to a microphone, John?
Well, it's first time I've been close to an admiral.
Say, the admiral looks a little nervous, too. Maybe he's never been this close to a sailor. Fred, I'll call you Fred. You don't want me to keep calling you Admiral, do you?
No.
You're just wearing your suit around the house. And... this is not said in any derogatory sense, Fred, but what kind of an admiral are you? Huh?
Well, I'm what they call a full admiral.
You mean you just ate? What other kind of admirals are there? Empty admirals? Fred, would you enlighten me? What kind of admirals are there?
Vice admirals.
Vice. Well, that sounds very interesting. John, what is your title in the Navy?
Seaman apprentice.
How long have you been in the service?
Just several months.
And what did you start out with? Huh? What rank?
Seaman apprentice.
Well, don't look now, but your rank is dragging. Are you married, sailor?
No.
No what?
I'm not married.
Is that the way you bring up these sailors, Admiral?
No, sir.
Tell them what to say, Admiral.
Say no, sir.
No, sir.
I'll pipe you overboard. I wish I knew what that meant, eh? I'd pipe him at that if I wasn't smoking a cigar. Now then, are you married?
No, sir.
Admiral, what about you? Before you got married, did you have a girl in every port?
No, that's an old myth.
I don't care how old she is. You didn't have a girl in every port? Did you have some port in every girl? Admiral Sherman, how long have you been in the Navy?
I had almost 41 years' service when I retired.
What was your biggest mistake?
Well, when I was a student aviator down in Pensacola, I tried to taxi a 105-foot wing-spread airplane through an 80-foot drawbridge.
That wasn't when you retired, though, huh? What was your most exciting experience, Admiral?
Well, I think it was when I was captain of the aircraft carrier Lexington in the Battle of Coral Sea, and the Lexington was damaged and had to be sunk later by our own torpedoes.
What was your biggest thrill, Admiral?
When I stood on the bridge of the Missouri in Tokyo Bay and watched the Japanese sign the surrender terms at the end of World War II.
Well, that's about as big a thrill as anybody could have. I didn't know you were quite that much of a war hero. Wouldn't have cracked all those bum jokes about you. You're going to have quite a job following this chap here, sailor.
Yes, sir.
Now, sailor, come down out of the rigging. I want to ask you a few things. In your Navy career, what was your most harrowing experience?
Well, I guess that was the time I forgot to salute an officer.
You're lucky they didn't make you walk the plank, huh? Did you get a demotion?
Oh, no, they can't do that to me. There's nothing lower than the seaman apprentice.
Why do you say you weren't demoted?
Because there's nothing lower than the seaman apprentice.
Well, Fred, now that you're retired, how are you spending your time? Feeding pigeons?
No, I've been writing a book for the last 2 years.
Oh, you're an admiral, all right. So what's the book about?
Well, its title is Combat Command, the American Aircraft Carriers in the Pacific War. Admiral Bill Halsey has written a foreword for me, and it'll be on the book stands on the 27th of January.
Well, put me down for one of the first copies, will you? Anybody doesn't buy a copy, we'll have him court-martialed. Do you have any advice that would benefit our sailor here, Admiral?
Well, yes, I'd advise him to make the most of his opportunities in the Navy by advancing himself, going through the trade schools, and taking the correspondence courses which are available to everybody in the Navy.
What about you, sailor? Sailor, what advice have you got for the Admiral here?
Seamen don't have advices for admirals.
Go on, on, go ahead. Go ahead, as one sailor to another, slip him some advice. Tell him where's the best place to find some girls. Would you say Hollywood and Vine?
Well, I've always had pretty good luck at her Sunset and Gower.
Well, there you are, Admiral. How soon will you be over there?
Oh, I'm not interested in that anymore.
Well, you're retired, all right. Well, I must say that the Navy has acquitted itself admirably here tonight. Now, gentlemen, you're going to weigh anchors for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big money. Fenneman, remind our listeners who's ahead.
The housewife and the congressman are ahead with $40.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected Smiths and Jones as your category. Now, you have $20. How much do you want to try?
10. I think we can gamble on 10, yes.
What is the name of the Jones girl who recently married David O. Selznick?
Jennifer, wasn't it?
Jennifer Jones is right.
Yes, they're on their way with $30, Groucho.
How much of the 30 will you try?
15.
15, huh? Okay. What was the name of the famous Smith who was a friend of Pocahontas?
John Smith.
Captain John Smith is right.
They're climbing now. They have $45.
All right, you got $45. How much you going to try? Here's your third question.
20. I think 20 be, yes.
20. What is the first name of the former golf champion named Jones?
Bobby.
Bobby Jones is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $65.
All right, you're shooting along with $65, and here's your last chance now to beat the other couples. How much of the 65 you going to shoot?
30.
35.
30.
30 then.
30.
You're going to wind up in irons, you know that. What was the name of a famous Smith who was a governor of New York? He wore a brown derby.
Al Smith.
Al Smith is right.
And they wind up with a grand total of $95.
Shake hands with the Admiral there, huh?
And that means that the sailor and the admiral, with their $95, get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Yes, no matter what make of car you now drive or expect to buy, don't make a decision until you visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer on Tuesday, January 10th. For that is the big day to see this truly new model, the new DeSoto. A car with feature after feature that's new. A car whose beauty of line and great performance will do more than all the talk in the world to thrill you and your entire family. A car so smartly designed that you'll want it standing in front of your home. A car so skillfully designed that it brings a whole new concept of driving ease, of roominess. As for economy of operation, here again, mere words cannot do justice to the power at your command of its high-compression engine, to its long-life valves that add thousands of trouble-free miles to your driving pleasure, to its bigger, easier-to-apply brakes, to the tiptoe hydraulic shift and fluid drive that lets you drive without shifting. This year, more than ever before, it's DeSoto that is pointing the way to automotive beauty, economy, comfort, with not just a few changes, but an entirely new model. So next Tuesday, January 10th, make sure you see this new DeSoto at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And here are the sailor and the admiral, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question, Groucho.
All right, here we go for $1,000. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on one single answer between you, so think carefully, and please, no help from the audience. Here it is. When George Washington was given command of the Continental Army, his commission as general was signed by the President of the Continental Congress. Who was this President of the Continental Congress? Okay, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
I think it was John Adams.
No, I'm sorry. It was John Hancock. So that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $95 in the quiz. Congratulations and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, the big question will be worth $1,500.
Well, it's time to let Bing Crosby have the air, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. When driving your car, don't depend on the other guy. Suppose he's depending on you. This is George Fenton, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as our scene opens now. And here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find all our friends assembled. Sade is seated on the Davenport sewing. Young Rush lounges in his father's easy chair, and Vic stands beside the library table removing his overcoat, for he's just this moment arrived home from the office. Listen.
Did you glance through my Lodge magazine?
Your Lodge magazine? Oh, I haven't even seen it.
Didn't it come this afternoon?
Golly, I guess I never looked in the mailbox.
Well, it must have come. Ike Niesuffer's come. They all get mailed together. Go see Dr. Sleech.
Okay. Say, while I think of it, you said I could have a dime if I...
Not along to the mailbox. I'll take up trivial business matters later.
It's not trivial to me. My financial condition is so horrible.
Kiddo, guess what?
They printed your picture?
They printed my picture. And not only my picture, but individual pictures of the entire membership of the All-Star Marching Team.
Oh?
The whole push. Won't it be interesting to see what the different guys look like?
I've seen some of them, you know.
Oh, that's right, you have. Robert and Slabbert Hink.
Robert and Slabbert Hink and YY Flurch.
Oh, sure.
And you, of course. I've seen you.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly anxious to look at the photographs. There's 5 members of the All-Star Marching Team I've never set eyes on.
Oh, you haven't seen the magazine yet?
No, Ike Niesuffer told me it arrived today. Mailman delivered his this morning. Of the roster of the All-Star Marching Team are the Sacred Stars of the Milky Way. I've met myself, of course. YY Flurch, JJ Stunbolt, Robert and Slabbert Hink, and H.K. Fleeber. How many is that? 6? Yeah, 6. Oh, only these 4 I haven't met. I said 5. I guess I counted myself as a guy I hadn't met. Let's see, who's left?
O.H. Jellyman.
O.X. Bellyman. O.X. Bellyman of Detroit, Michigan, is 1. Homer U. McDancy of East Brain, Oregon, is 2. And Harry Fine I. Edson Box of Lesser, Nebraska, round out to 4.
Here I go.
Okay. Let's see where we are here.
No other mail, was there?
Hey.
Find what you were hunting for?
Yep. Here, let me sit beside you on the Davenport, then we can both look.
I want to look, too.
Okay, then I'll get in the middle. Spot old Vic Cook, friends?
Yeah.
See Papa in Market Basket?
Third picture down from the top.
I jumped right out at you, don't I?
Well, that's about as nice a photograph as you ever had taken. I always liked it. Ruthie likes it, too. The other day we were glancing over.
Hey, what's number 4?
Where?
Here. It's not a man.
Oh, it's all blurred.
Yeah. I can see teeth and hair and eyes, but the face is all funny. Could be a kangaroo or a chipmunk.
Let's see, who is number 4?
I think the little paragraphs down below correspond with the numbers, and you can tell which is which by comparing.
I know, foolish. Oh, Homer U. McDancy.
Which one's he?
The Half-Wit magazine editors made a botch of his picture.
Resembles either a kangaroo or a chipmunk.
You may reserve your comments, Fleischweider.
Oh.
So that's Homer U. McDancy, huh?
Sloppiness.
I'll say. Ooh, look at them starey, big white eyes.
If I were Homer U. McDancy, I'd raise Cain about this. Let's see what the little biographical sketch says.
Who's the little boy there in the corner?
Yeah. I never knew you had kids on your marching team.
Homer U. McDancy, East Brain, Oregon. Sky Brother McDancy is not only an accomplished marcher, but an author as well. His latest work, a manual for wives of members of the lodge, is enjoying great current popularity. Mr. McDancy is engaged in the wholesale poultry business in East Brain and is widely respected for his civic leadership. Well, that's okay. But holy smoke, this horrible picture.
Who's the little boy?
Where?
In the corner there.
Number 10.
Oh, thunder. Well, maybe the biographical sketch will explain this nonsense. It says, Harry Fye. Sky Brother Harry Fye of Lester, Nebraska, is famous for his knowledge of plain and fancy parading. He has taken hikes 40 to 50 miles in length. A barber by trade, Mr. Fye is an enthusiastic ice skater and high diver. The photograph reproduced above was taken when Mr. Fye was a 4-year-old lad.
Well, that does explain it.
Sloppiness.
Number 7 is a bicycle.
Here's Robert and Slobbert Hink side by side. Why, I believe it's the same identical picture printed twice.
Number 8 is an old lady.
Dick, for Robert and Slobbert Hink, they got the same picture printed twice. You can't tell
Listen
me.
to what it says about old Vic Cook. Victor R. Gook. Sky Brother Gook, in addition to being an active live wire worker in the lodge, is an expert marcher and a profound authority on the science of parade procedure. Mr. Gook is the exalted Big Dipper of our Drowsy Phoenix chapter. He holds a responsible position with the Consolidated Kitchenware Company. We are proud of men like him. Well, they really laid it on.
Yeah, you got the longest paragraph on the page.
Uh-huh. Twice as long as anybody else's.
Number 7 is a bicycle.
I want to know about Robert and Slobbert. You can't tell me these two pictures ain't the same identical picture printed twice. Why, a baby.
What a rotten, little, skimpy, stingy biographical sketch they give J.J. Stunbolt. Listen, J.J. Stunbolt. Sky Brother Stunbolt is a native of Lester, Nebraska. He hangs wallpaper.
That is short.
Editor must have it in for Stunbolt. Good picture of him, though.
He the bald-headed man with eyeglasses and thick black ribbon?
Uh-huh.
Number 7 is a bicycle.
Yeah, Vic, number 7's a bicycle. Look up number 7.
What kind of foolishness is this now?
Anybody that resembles a bicycle ought to be in the circus.
Experiment.
That who number 7 is?
Yeah. Shucks.
What's it say about him?
O.X. Bellyman. Sky Brother Bellyman was born in Detroit, Michigan, and has lived there all his life. Marching is his one great hobby, and he can be seen almost any Saturday afternoon heading for California, New Mexico, or other southwesterly points.
He takes plenty long marches. I wouldn't want to march from Michigan to California.
Mr. Bellyman is also an accomplished musician, being proficient on the flute, banjo, saw, and kettle drums.
That the end of the paragraph?
Yeah.
Well, don't it explain why they printed this picture of a bicycle?
No. Sloppiness.
Who's this old lady?
Yeah, who's she?
Edson Box.
She dressed up for a masquerade or something?
Edson Box. Sky Brother Box, like several other members of the All-Star Marching Team, resides in Lester, Nebraska. At the present time, he is enthusiastically looking forward to his marriage with Miss Gilly McDermott, the ceremony to take place early in the year 1948.
Is this old lady Miss Gilly McDermott?
No. Mr. Box, when solicited for his photograph, showed great modesty and reluctance, preferring to send a snapshot of his dear mother.
Oh, so that's the way of it.
Why, Furch looks natural.
Yes, it does.
What's it say about him?
Y. Flurch. Sky Brother Flurch, another distinguished resident of Lester, Nebraska, loves marching better than anything on earth. He is also fond of asparagus, gravy, walnuts, and pie.
Pretty skimpy write-up.
Ugh.
Look here, don't you think these two pictures of Robert and Slobbert Hink are one and the same picture?
Yeah.
I know they're twins and all, but they're not this much twins.
Uh-huh.
Couldn't be this much twins.
Uh-uh.
These two pictures are one and the same picture, and absolutely no mistake about it.
Sloppiness. Sloppiness all the way through.
You said a while ago you were especially anxious to look at these photographs because there were several men you'd never set eyes on, and you wanted to get an idea of their appearance.
Yeah, I did.
Well, who are the men you have seen?
Well, myself, of course. Robert and Slobbert Hink, J.J. Stunbolt, Y.Y. Flirch, and H.K. Fleabert.
6. Leaves 4 you haven't seen. And they're the ones you're especially interested in, ain't they?
Yeah.
What's their names?
Well, Homer U. McDancy.
He's all blurred.
Resembles a kangaroo or a chipmunk.
Can't get a very good notion of his appearance. Who else?
I. Edson Box.
He sent in a picture of his mother. Guess you'll have to remain in the dark about what I. Edson Box looks like. Now, who else?
Harry Fye.
This shows Harry Fye when he was 4 years old.
Yeah.
Who else?
O.X. Bellyman.
The only clue we got to what O.X. Bellyman looks like is this picture of a bicycle.
Sloppy.
I agree.
Sloppy, sloppy, sloppy.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, look, Duffy. Tonight, Linda Darnell. And, brother, would I love to fence her in? Yeah, Duffy. Dark, alluring, lovely face, gorgeous figure, beautiful legs, and yet with it all, a certain something that attracts men. Yeah, a wonderful girl, Duffy. The kind of a girl you want to take home to your mother. Well, who else could you trust? Well, last week for selling the most war bonds, I was elected king of the policeman's ball, so I'm going to ask Linda to go with me as me queen. Huh? King can do no wrong, huh? Well, then we'll just hold hands. I'll call you back, Duffy. So long.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Duffy's Tavern. Come in and meet Finnegan, Eddie the waiter, Miss Duffy, our singer Bob Graham, Reed Pete Reeves and his orchestra, our special guest tonight, Linda Darnell, and Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Good evening, Miss Duffy. What's cooking, good looking?
Oh, Finnegan, you're such a kidder.
Well, a guy can't help it when he's got a natural wit. Say, by the way, did you hear about the fight in Schimmelbacher's bakery?
A fight? What happened?
2 rolls got fresh.
I'm not surprised. Anything could start a fight in that crazy Schimmelbacher's.
I guess I'm too subtle for it. That's what it is. Hey, Miss Duffy, where's Archie tonight?
Oh, he's in the back room primping himself up. He's going to ask Linda Darnell to go to the policeman's ball.
Linda Darnell. Oh, boy. Linda Darnell.
You too. Honestly, Finnegan, sometimes you act just like a man. You men. You get so excited just because a person is in the movies.
That's not true, Miss Duffy. Last week, did I get excited about Boris Karloff?
But he's a member of the opposite sex.
In that case, why didn't he get excited over me?
But, Finnegan, what I'm trying to tell you is...
I beg your pardon, but would you people mind moving your conversation to another table as a customer trying to sleep under this one? Hi, Eddie. Did you hear about the fight in Schimmelbacher's bakery? Did them 2 rolls get fresh again? Daddy, please, you're supposed to ask me what happened in Schimmelbacher's. Okay, what happened? Did them 2 rolls get fresh again?
Pardon me, is this a private hen party or can anybody lay an egg?
Hello, Arch.
Hey. What are you sniffing at, Finnegan?
Gee, you smell pretty.
Well, I just tinctured myself up with a little cologne. You know, with a dame like Linda Darnell coming down here, I naturally want to give myself a good aroma.
Mr. Archie, aroma ain't built in a day.
Oh, no?
Just a second, Archie. I know that smell. Were you using my perfume, my white shoulders?
Oh, I just used a little bit, just a dab behind each ear.
With your ears, that's a lot of perfume.
That's right, Eddie. That's very expensive perfume. White shoulders. And he puts it behind his ears.
Well, it's cold in that back room. I didn't want to take my shirt off.
Hey, Arch, I hear you're going to take Linda Darnell to the policeman's ball.
Yep. Linda Darnell, Finnegan. And wait till them bulls see them calves.
Boy, you certainly are lucky. You know, I love brunettes.
You do, huh?
Yeah. You can trust them more than blondes. You know, a blonde could be bleached.
Well, a brunette could be dyed.
So what? We all got to go sometime.
Now, that's one thing about Linda, Finnegan. She is completely au naturel, you know, her own hair, her own complexion.
Her own complexion. Ha.
What's the idea, this super silly laugh?
I happened to see a picture of that natural beauty endorsing pancake makeup.
Where?
Right here, in my behind the scenes in Hollywood magazine. Here on the back cover.
Let's see. Linda Darnell, gorgeous screen beauty, wears nothing but pancake makeup. Very interesting.
Thank goodness I don't have to wear pancake makeup.
Actually, one don't have to wear pancake when one is already battered. Yeah, let me look at that picture again. Oh, boy, look at that Darnell in a bathing suit, huh? What a beautiful endorsement.
Say, Archie, could I have that picture?
What do you want it for, Finnegan?
I want to draw a mustache on it.
That's Finnegan, always the artist.
Well, good evening, boys, good evening.
Well, Officer Clancy, the shank of the evening to you. Come here, Clancy. Here, take a look at this picture.
Who's that?
This is the dame that I'm taking to the policeman's ball.
Well, pack me a nice and call me shaky. What's her name?
There it is, right there. Can't you read?
If I could, I'd be a sergeant.
Well, it's Linda Darnell. Quite a dish, huh, Clancy?
Oh, beautiful. Archie, she reminds me of the pretty little Carleen that stood beside me on my wedding day. She, too, was dark and lovely.
And you married her, huh, Clancy?
How could I? I just finished marrying my wife.
Oh, well, that's a tough break, Clancy. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, how are you? Huh? Well, just a second, I'll ask him. Clancy, a friend of mine here wants to know what time will the policeman's ball be over?
Oh, it usually lasts about 3 a.m.
Thanks. Hello? You've got until about 3 a.m. Okay.
Who is that?
Crud-faced Clifford, the safecracker.
Oh, yeah, it's a very good friend of mine. Yeah, I sent him up the river 3 or 4 times.
That's a nice friendship.
Archie, how sure are you now that you can get this Linda Darnell to come to the ball?
Just as sure as I am that you're a thick-headed cop, Clancy.
Well, that's good enough for me. Give me that phone.
Okay.
Hello, Sergeant? This is Clancy. Clancy. Clancy, the patrolman. I'm up here at Duffy's Tavern. Now, just a second, Sergeant, you're wrong. They know me better than to offer me a drink. And you know me better than to think I'd buy one. Listen here. I was going to tell you that I was talking to Archie about the ball, and I got great news for you. Who do you think that Archie is bringing? None other than that famous movie actress, What was her name again, Archie?
Linda Darnell.
Oh, yes. Linda Darnell herself. Oh, too bad we didn't have it on the posters. But you can still give it to the newspapers. Well, yes, that will be fine, Sergeant. Goodbye now.
Just a second, Clancy. You think you should let them put it in the newspapers?
Well, why not? She'll be there, won't she?
Oh, yeah, but, accidents can happen.
Yes, they certainly can. And they can happen to anybody. She better be there. I'll see you later, Archie.
Okay, Flatfoot. Oh, boy, Eddie. When I walk in as king of the cops ball with Linda Darnell, am I going to be a hot shot?
If you walk in without Linda Darnell, you're going to be a pot shot.
Don't be silly, Eddie. She ain't going to turn me down.
Okay, you know best, but somehow or other I still hear a little voice inside of me shouting, "Short live the king."
Eddie, don't be such a stiff-dick, will you? You know very well, if there's one thing I'm good at, it's handling dames.
Yes, if there's one thing you're good at.
Eddie, if you're going to take the words out of my mouth, please take all of them.
Hello, Archie.
Well, Bob Graham, how are you, Bob?
Well, Bob, I'm glad to see you. Congratulations. Bob, shall we tell him now?
Okay, Mr. Bailey.
Hey, Repeat, give me a chord. Guests of Duffy's Tavern, we are pleased to announce that in a poll conducted by the Daily Trojan of the University of Southern California, the editors of over 300 college newspapers have chosen Bob Graham as the outstanding singing discovery of 1944.
Gee, Bob, I didn't know this. Congratulations.
Thanks, Archie. And Arch, you don't know the best part. He's going to be given the award by Linda Darnell.
Linda Darnell, huh?
Sure. Why did you think she was coming down here tonight?
Oh. Oh.
She's a top.
Arch, this ought to be a great night for the kid, huh? Linda Darnell herself giving him the award and probably kissing him on both cheeks. Us old bucks won't have much of a chance, huh?
No.
Bob, this is a big night. How about singing a song to celebrate?
Okay, Mr. Bailey.
I got a feeling this is going to fly up me ointment.
Good night, sweet dream. Tomorrow's another day. Till then, good night, sweetheart. Good night, sleep tight. I'll see you along the way in dreams. Sweet dreams, sweetheart. May angels up above watch over you and keep you safe, my love, until the dawn breaks through. Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams, sweetheart. Good night, sweet dreams. Tomorrow's another day. Good night, sweet dreams. Good night.
Bob, you know, I've been thinking that with Linda Darnell coming down here, maybe you want to do something about that suit of yours.
What's the matter with her?
Needs pressing, don't it? Look at them shoulders. Come here, maybe I can straighten them out. Oh, my goodness, your sleeve has came off. But don't worry, kid. Go down to Sam the tailor, and he'll make it look like a new suit. Tell him I sent you, huh?
Okay, give me the sleeve. Fine thing.
He seems upset. I wonder why. Eddie, we are really in a predicament. I hope Bob will be back from the tailor in time for Linda to give him the award.
Whatever will we do?
Eddie, I'm afraid that somebody will have to impersonate Bob Graham.
I see what you mean. But Bob Graham, don't Miss Darnell know that he's just a college boy?
So what? I may have a mature face, but it so happens that I have a student body. Besides, that'll be insurance that she will come to the policeman's ball, you see. Wait a minute, here she comes. Rah, 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 Miss Darnell. Well, good evening, Bonnie Beautiful. I've been expecting you.
You have?
Oh, but Natch.
Well, I'm looking for Bob Graham.
Natch.
Can you tell me where to find him?
Serge. Who do you think I am?
Are you Bob Graham?
I ain't his brother.
Father?
Miss Darnell, I am not old enough to be my own father yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I thought you were much younger.
Well, I am.
But I was told that you were 19.
That's just newspaper talk. I'm really 21.
21? Well, please forgive me, but you seem a lot older.
Well, that's because I was a premature baby. Yeah, you see, they stuck me in an incubator, and some of them jerk interns turned up the heat, and it aged me too quick.
Oh, Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Hey, that's you.
Oh! Yes, what is it, waiter?
Would the lady like something?
Good suggestion, waiter. What would you like, Miss Darnell? Some soup, maybe?
Well, how is the soup?
Yeah, it must be good. It's been held over for 3 weeks.
That's cute. What kind of notices did it get?
Obituary.
Linda, maybe you better try something from the grill. Waiter, what looks tasty on the charcoal broiler?
The charcoal.
Just a second. What kind of talk is this for a waiter? Why, if I was managing this place...
Now, wait a minute. Wait. Now, you don't know nothing about managing this place because you're as Bob Graham, the singer, right?
Right.
Well, how'd you expect me to know anything about waiting on tables? Me, Duke Ellington.
Eddie, will you get out of here? Okay, old Eli, get out of here. Now, Linda, let's get back to us. Would you like to join me to a prom?
My goodness, don't you college boys do anything but go to parties?
Well, you know, you got to have a little fun between curriculums.
Well, then you do study.
Oh, but Deb.
What courses are you taking?
Oh, the regular stuff, you know, chemistry, history, psychology, polygamy. English, plain geometry, fancy geometry. Diathermy.
Do you also study prevarication?
Yeah, I'm great at that. It comes easy to me. But, now, what about this prom? Will you go with me?
When is it?
It's,
I'm sorry, I'm awfully busy that night.
Linda, why are you acting so hard to get?
Why are you acting so hard to take? Look, whoever you are, where's Bob Graham? I want to give him his award.
Wait a minute, you don't believe that I'm Bob Graham?
Not even a reasonable facsimile?
Why, this is tantamount. It's like calling a rose by a spade.
All right. If you really are Bob Graham, how about singing a song?
Huh? Well, I would, but I got a bad case of lingerie-itis. You get it running around the house in your underwear.
Well, I'll tell you what. Now, you asked me to go to a prom. I'll do it on one condition.
What?
Sing a song and prove who you are.
Mm-hmm. Look, do you mind if I take just a minute to goggle me Lonix? I'll be right with you. Sing this song, I want you to give me a little background, see?
Are you really going to sing?
Well, I'm in a spot, Eddie. She won't go to the cop ball with me unless I can prove I'm Bob Graham. So to prove it, I gotta sing.
The hard way, huh?
Wait a minute, Eddie. It won't be so bad, Maybe I ain't no Graham.
No Graham? You is even crummier than the cracker of the same name.
Never mind the wiseacres, will you? You guys just give me a background.
Okay, I swear with you. No.
That's enough, Finnegan. That's enough, Finnegan. I ain't gonna sound so bad at that. Miss Darnell, what song would you like to hear?
Well, what song do you know?
Well, I have a little number that I wrote myself called Leave Us Face It.
What did you write, the lyrics?
I wrote both the words and the lyrics.
Well, who did the tune?
That I don't know. But it's beautiful. Will you hear it? I will do it accompanied by the Duffy Mixed-Up Choir. Jack Bailey, Eddie Green, Finnegan, and Miss Duffy. 2.5 wits and a miss. Let's go, huh? Leave us no longer pretend that you are merely a friend, for it is wrote in the stars above. Though we have tried to act cold, suddenly low and get hold, leave us face it, we're in love. Leave us not blush with no shame, If people bandage on name, choose an old rice are worth dreaming of. Stories like intertwines could win a Pulitzer Prize. Leave us facing, we're in love. In some other life, we was once man and wife. In an old French chapeau, we was mated.
Archie, what's going on here?
Wait a minute. Bob, when did you get back? Look, kid, come here, quick. Let's get in the back room.
Let go of my sleeve.
Oh, sorry, but Bob, I don't want that dame there to see you.
But that's Linda Darnell.
You're nuts. That's a dame from the SPCA. She stops kids from singing. She's out to get you, kid. She says you're too young to sing in public.
I'm old enough to sing any place.
No more. They raised the age limit on account of Tibbet getting on the hit parade. Now, look, kid, you better duck. Quick, too.
Just a second. Are you Bob Graham?
Yes, I am.
Well, thank goodness. I'm Linda Darnell. Bob, I have an award for you. Say, let's get out of this stevedore store club, shall we?
Okay.
But, Linda, wait a minute. Well, you can't go yet. What about the dance, the prom? You gotta go. It's the policeman's ball.
Oh, the policeman's ball.
Yeah, sure. If you don't show up, them cops will emaciate me. They'll murder me. They'll kill me.
They'll kill you?
Certainly.
You talked me into it. I'm not going. Come on, Bob. Good night, Archie.
Oh. Holy cat. Holy cat. Clang, clang, clang went the nightstick. Here I am, king of the policeman's ball and no queen. I got to think of something to tell Clancy.
You better think fast, because here he comes.
Well, Archie, my boy, Archie, I just came back to tell you that the tickets are going like wildfire.
That's great, Clancy.
Oh, everybody's buying tickets to see Linda Darnell.
They are, huh?
Why, certainly.
Well, now, look, Clancy, you admit that it is errant to be human, huh?
Oh, yes.
And sometimes there comes a course in the time of a guy's human events when he makes certain promises that...
Archie, it already says in the paper that she's coming.
But, Clancy, you can't believe everything you read in the papers.
Archie, you're a nice boy. And I want you to know that there's nothing personal in what I'm about to do. But in behalf of the personnel of the 4th Precinct...
Hello? Mr. Duffy? Flash! The police department has just overthrown the king.
Your heart from sight, lock your dreams at night. It could happen to you. Don't count stars or you might stumble. Someone drops a sigh, and down you tumble. Keep an eye on spring. Run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how your arms would be, and it happened to me. Keep an eye on spring, run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how happened to me.
Radio Service.
Yesterday, Mary told Max that her fate could no longer endure. But now she must know the truth about his association with the recent gambling activities in Sanders. Max then admitted he had a reason for what he had done, but that it was his business, not hers. He sent her away from the jail where he is being held, warning Mary that Cheney, who had escaped, might return at any moment to Sanders to get revenge on anyone he suspected of bringing on the raid. 2 minutes later, as she walked down the street, Mary heard a voice behind her say, "I beg your pardon, Mary." She turned. It was Cheney. "I want a few words with you," he said. "Follow me." Mary has not been seen since. Several hours have passed since Mary left Daddy with the babies to go to the jail. He is in her flat on the second floor of Reverend Blaine's house. There's a knock at the door.
It can't be Mary. She wouldn't knock on her own door. Can't be Danny. He's over to the cottage. Can't be the Reverend Blaine. He's in the study at the church.
Hey! Anybody at home?
Well, it's John. I'm coming, John. Well, howdy, come in.
Took you long enough to answer the door.
Yeah, I was trying to decide who it was. I didn't want to open the door to anybody that might start gossip about me being in Mary's flat.
Why, you'd be flattered. Where's Mary?
Well, I was just fixing to call the clinic and ask you the same question.
What?
And she had me come over this morning to mind the babies while she went to the jail to see Max.
Oh.
And I haven't seen her since.
What time was that?
It was nearly 10 o'clock when she left here, I guess.
10 o'clock?
Mm-hmm.
Why, it's going on 5 now. 7 hours.
Never thought about anything happening to her.
Didn't you think it was funny she hadn't even got a phone call from her? She would have called about the babies at least once in that length of time, if for no other reason.
Well, John, you're getting me all uneasy about her now.
You should have been long before this.
What do you reckon could have happened?
I don't know, but we're going to start trying to find out right this minute.
Who are you going to call?
Hello, operator. Get me Sheriff Barstow's office. Right away, please.
She wouldn't still be at the jail, not all this time. Unless she set up housekeeping with Max in his cell.
Hello, Sheriff Barstow? John Benson. No, I don't want to talk to Max. Not yet, anyway. Listen, was Mary down there to see him this morning? When'd she leave? Around 11 o'clock. Did she say where she was going? Listen, you better get 2 or 3 men and start combing the town. She hasn't come home since she left this morning. I'm at her house now. Well, get those men started right away. Tell them to work quietly and keep their mouths shut. I'm starting right out myself, and I'll check with you every 2 minutes. All right, Lawrence. Wait a minute. Don't say anything about this to Max, understand? Not a word yet. I'll call you later.
Fine. Yes, John. I'm all jumpy about Mary. What can I do?
You stay right here with the babies and by that telephone. If you get any kind of word at all, call Sheriff Barstow's office.
All right.
How about Danny? You don't think he went over there by any chance?
Just talked to him a few minutes ago. He wanted to speak to Mary, and I told him that she wasn't here right now.
You stick right here like I said, Daddy.
Wait a minute, John.
Huh?
Wait a minute. I just thought of something.
Well?
That movie hero, Bill Clark's still in town, you know.
What about it?
Well, she might be there. She might choose talking to him instead of you and me for a change.
Well, we can eliminate that possibility right now. Hello, operator. Get me... wait, never mind. Let's go. No need letting the hotel switchboard operator in on anything. I'll go by the hotel first and see Bill. You stay here and do what I said.
All right, John.
No, John. I'd be glad to tell you if Mary had honored me with a visit, but I'm sorry I must say she hasn't been here. Well, frankly, Bill, I wish you could say she'd been here. Matter of fact, I wish you were here now. Those are funny words coming from you. There's no time for personalities. Mary's missing. Missing? And you suspect me? She hasn't been seen or heard of since she went down to see Max at the jail this morning. She left there about 11. It's after 5 now. I'm going down to that jail and have a talk with Max. Do you mind if I come along? Haven't you caused enough trouble already? Okay, then. I'll go anyway.
Well. Ain't my two bosom pals, Pill Roller John and Hot Break Bill. Hey, what do you two guys want, huh? Just see how I look behind a picket fence?
You can drop that attitude, Max. We're here on serious business, and I advise you to cooperate. And that means not hold out.
Oh, thanks, Doc. You know, those big words throw me once in a while.
Well, here's 3 simple words, Max. And you better answer them straight. Where is Mary?
I can't imagine either one of you not knowing.
You can lay off that talk, Max.
Clark, why don't you go back to Hollywood and kiss those movie queens? That's your speed.
Listen, if you weren't behind those bars...
You'd be trying to get up off the floor.
That's big. Cut it out, Bill. Now, look, Max. Mary is missing.
You're lying.
We're not lying.
What are you talking about?
She hasn't been seen since she left here this morning. There are 2 things that could have happened to her, and you're mixed up in both.
Hey, listen, if Mary's missing...
There's no if about it. She is missing, and we're giving you a chance to talk, to help us find her.
How can I help you? I'm in jail.
Just tell us where she is. We'll do the rest.
There's no need to stall, Max. It'll only make things tougher on you. Now, listen, fellas, I ain't kidding you.
You don't expect us to believe that.
You can believe anything you want to, but I tell you...
If it's about you, that's not hard to do. Taking a look at your record. You haven't kicked Mary's love around enough. So you hook up with Cheney and his mob of gangsters in the gambling racket.
Never mind that now, Doc.
That wasn't hard enough on Mary's heart, though. It wasn't bleeding enough. So you run Mary and her little babies out of their home in the hotel.
Can't cut it out, I tell you.
Ran them out with no place to go because you wanted their rooms for gambling tables. But even that wasn't enough. Your own sister was about to have a baby. You were told not to cause her to worry or it might be dangerous, but no, you went right on being a bum, and Phyllis may never walk again. An invalid for life because her brother wouldn't stop being...
Cut it out, John, will you?
But even breaking Mary's heart, maybe crippling your sister for life, even those things weren't enough. Now Mary's missing, and heaven only knows what you've done to her this time. It seems that you'd already done enough without...
I had a reason for what I did.
Max, where is Mary?
I had a reason, I tell you.
Where's Mary?
I don't know where she is, but everything I did, I had a reason for.
Where is Mary?
Yeah, you gotta believe me. Everybody's gotta believe me.
Where's Mary?
I tell
Where
you,
is Mary?
Get out of here. I had a reason. I tell you, I had a reason. You gotta believe it. I had a reason.
Mary.
Mary.
We were trying... Where'd you come from?
I mean, where have you been?
Oh, I could tell what you were trying to do.
Mary, we thought something had happened to you.
All right, John. I've heard enough. Max, darling.
Yeah, Mary.
For the last few hours, I've been wandering about trying to think of something to say to you that would tell you what's now in my heart. I still can't think of it. I mean, someday. Maybe you'll understand what I mean when I tell you that...
What?
When I walked up just now, I heard you telling John and Bill that you had a reason for everything you've done to me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Barry. I do have a reason.
When I left the jail this morning, I met a man. That's where I've been all day, with that man.
Who was he, Mary?
Max. Cheney's told me everything. Everything.
You did?
You know, Max, for a moment there I thought I saw a halo around your head. But it wasn't, darling. It was only the sunshine coming through Sheriff Barstow's pink curtains.
Mary knows Max's reason for everything he did. Cheney told her. Cheney the gambler. The cause of it all has given Mary a vindication of faith in the man she loves. But will her knowledge do her any good in convincing Max that he is worthy of her love and affection?
Granny, Abner, I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
Now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, joy reigns once more in the Jot 'em Down store because Lum and Abner's foundling baby is back safe and sound. After Lum admitted that he was the Black Pelican, Abner confessed that he had engineered the baby's disappearance. Both of their acts had been for the same purpose, to prevent the police or anyone else from taking the baby away from them. However, there are still a few things yet unsolved. Where are Elizabeth and little Pearl? What became of the woman who left the baby in the store? And what are they going to name the baby? As we look in on the little community today, we find the old fellows in their store. Lum is busily engaged fixing up the baby's milk formula. Listen.
6, 7, 8, 9.
What are you doing there, Lum?
Catch up, Abner. 9, 10, 11.
Well, what you doing?
Dad, blame it, Abner. Now you made me lose count.
Lose count of what? What's that stuff you're putting in a baby's milk there anyway?
It's syrup.
Huh?
Now I got to start counting all over again.
Well, Lum, you don't need to measure it out with one of them eye-dropping things. Just give it a couple of spoonfuls. That's the way Elizabeth always done it.
Yeah, that ain't accurate enough, though. This baby's going to be fed scientific. He's going to get exactly the right amount. No more, no less.
Huh?
I read this in a book on babies, and it's the only way to do it.
Prattle, 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 prattle.
And let's start over here. 1, 2, 3.
Just a couple of teaspoonfuls, all you need to measure out.
Abner, don't interrupt me. I got to count these drops awful careful.
Keep quicker.
You want this baby to grow up big and strong and healthy, don't you?
Yeah, sure I do, but you don't have to go to all that bother just to give him a little syrup.
Abner, you're one of the old-timey school of thinking. I'm aiming on raising little the baby that
You mean little Charlie Abner?
And whatever his name is. I'm going to raise him the modern way, so just hush up and let's do this right. I better start over. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Be a heap easier to just get a spoon and measure it out.
5, 6, 7.
All that counting for nothing.
8, 9, 10, 11,
Mom.
12, 13.
Mom, I believe that's our ring there.
50. Well, for goodness sakes, answer it. Can't you see I'm busy?
Oh, yeah, all right.
Wait a minute. I'll get it. I've lost track again anyway. I'll have to start all over.
Well, I can get it.
This is the trouble I have around this place.
Well, I'm sorry, Lum. I never had.
Hello, Jot 'em Down store and library. Little Lum Edwards talking.
His name is Charlie Abner.
Oh, howdy, Ezra. You seen what? Well, maybe Abner was over there. Just a minute. I'll ask him. Abner, was you over to your place last night?
Over to my place?
Yeah.
Why, no, not me. I ain't going over that place after dark, neither. Why, what does he see?
Oh, he seen a light in the upstairs window, he says.
A light? Oh, my God.
Hello, Ezra? No, Abner wasn't there. About what time did you see it? Did you go up to the house and knock or anything?
I wouldn't go up there for $1,000.
Oh, no, Ezra. I don't think it's haunted.
That's just about what it is. It's haunted. That's what it is.
Well, much obliged for letting us know, Ezra. We'll keep our eye open and see if anything else happens. Yeah, all right, Ezra. Goodbye.
Yes, sir. It's haunted, Lum. That's what it is. Just as sure as the world.
Abner, houses don't get haunted except in stories and picture shows and stuff.
Well, mine is. I bound that whole place is full of ghosts.
I've told you 1,000 or 100 times there ain't no such thing as a ghost.
Well, then, who's been doing all them curious things over there? Who taking all them clothes out of the house that belonged to Elizabeth? And who opened the back door the other day? And who turned on that light last night?
I don't know. That's something we got to find out.
Ghost.
Maybe we ought to go over there tonight and hide in the bushes or something.
No, sir. I ain't going near no haunted house, Lum.
Well, you can take a gun along.
Guns ain't no good on ghosts.
There ain't no ghosts, I tell you.
Well, who's over there then?
I don't know, but whoever it is might give us some clues about whereabouts Elizabeth and Little Pearls went to.
Why, they wouldn't be mixed up with no bunch of ghosts, I can tell you that right now.
If any more curious things happen next couple of days, you're going over and see what we can find out.
Well, you can go, but I ain't going.
Might get Cedric to go with us.
Cedric?
Yeah, just for company, of course. Ain't that I'd be scared to talk.
Lum, I ain't going over there. When Elizabeth and Little Pearl gets back, I'm going to move clean over the other side of town.
Oh, for goodness, that's silly.
It ain't silly neither. No, sir. I won't go with that place.
Yeah, you're just scared of the Black Pelican.
Huh?
You keep saying something about the Black Pelican the other day until you found out it was me.
Well, I ain't scared of the Black Pelican now. I know that was you. You was just saying that, Lum, to keep the baby here, but I ain't going over there. That place has got ghosts in it. That's what it's got. I'll tell you, that's going to be a good one on Mousey Gray, though, in his new detective agency, Lum. When he finds out the Black Pelican was you, he's been looking everywhere for it.
Yeah, well, I ain't got time to visit now, Abner. I've got to get a little Lum syrup ready for him here.
Well, I ain't going to live in no haunted house, I'll tell you that. No, sir. I ain't going to live there.
2, 3.
No, sir, 4. I just ain't going to do it. That's
Abner,
all
can't you keep still for a second?
Huh?
What was I up to, 4 or 5?
I don't know. That place is haunted, though. I know that, Lum. Yeah,
wait a minute. What's the matter with me? I've been putting all these drops of syrup into the same bottle of milk.
Same bottle?
Yeah, I got way yonder too much in there by now. Here, Abner, throw this away and hand me one of them fresh bottles of milk here.
One of these?
Yeah. Yeah, what you like?
Well, wait a minute, Lum. That baby's too old for bottles. He's old enough to be weaned by now.
How do you know how old he is?
Why? Well, I can just tell by looking at him. And by his teeth. He's got 8 of them. I counted them just the other day.
Abner, it's horses that you tell their age by their teeth. That shows how much you know about babies. Now, don't bother me no more.
Go ahead.
1, 2, 3.
You're going to ruin little Charlie, though, I'll tell you
His
that.
name ain't Charlie. 5, 6, 7.
It is, darn it. Charlie is what it is.
It ain't neither. 9, 10,
Charlie
11, 12.
Hi-ho, muskrat.
Hi-ho, muskrat.
Well, howdy, Mousey, Cedric.
For goodness sake. Now I've lost count again.
What can we do for you fellers today?
Hi-ho, muskrat.
Operator 47J19, alias the Masked Muskrat, is bringing you a sample report, Lum.
A sample report?
Yes, sir. You see, in an effort to drum up business for our new detective agency, Lum, while we're giving away one free report.
Oh, I see. Well, I told you the other day, Mousey, we ain't interested in none of your detective reports. So you better give the sample to somebody else.
Well, Lum, this sample was made specially for you.
Hi-ho, muskrat.
Cedric, are you in the detective agency, too?
Yes, Mom. Mousey's letting me be the junior assistant.
Well?
I'm sort of aiming on calling myself the blindfolded wildcat, I think.
Please be quiet, Operator XW104.
Yes, Mom. That's me, XW104.
You see, Lum, this report we made out reveals all concerning the Black Pelican.
The Black Pelican?
Why, Mousey, don't you know that...
Hey, Abner, this might be interesting. Mousey, just what have you found out about the Black Pelican?
Oh, an awful lot, Lum. This will prove to you how thorough the Muskrat Agency is.
Now, this ain't all it's going to prove, neither.
Operator XW104, hand me report 276Q81B.
Oh, I reckon you mean this one, don't you? It's the only one we got.
Yes, sir, that's it. Attention, please. Report of Muskrat Detective Agency on, quote, the Black Pelican, unquote. After trailing the pelican for 2 days and nights, we made the following discoveries. 1, the Black Pelican is a vicious South African midget.
Midget?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I never knowed that before. Did you ever notice that, Abner?
No, he's an awful tall midget, I'll say that for it.
Go on, Mousey. This is getting interesting.
point 2, he carries poison darts. Cedric, show him the dart we found.
Oh, yes, well, here it is. Genuine poison dart, I think.
Whereabouts you fellers get this?
Well, I borrowed it from the little black...
Well, we found it in the tree where he lives.
Oh, he lives in a tree, huh?
Yes, see, he's very primitive, Lum, and very dangerous. So you really need the protection of the Muskrat Agency.
Yeah, I can see that all right. Too long.
Well, point 3, he can't speak a word of English, but he is able to cast an evil spell over a person and make them do anything that he wants them to do.
Or to try that sometime, ought you?
Yeah. You see, that's how that woman came to leave her baby here the other day. The Black Pelican cast an evil spell on her and just made her do it.
Oh, I see. Well, what do you want to do that for, now?
Well, Lum, you see, that comes in the second report. Do you want to hire us and find out?
No, I don't.
Well, you will before it's over, Lum. Point 4, we found in the cave where he lives.
Cave? I thought you said he lived in a tree.
Well, he's a gypsy, I think, Lum. He moves around an awful lot.
I see. Well, go on. What'd you find in the cave?
Well, we found in this cave a message written in blood which said, I hereby vow that I will capture Lum Edward and Abner Peabody and...
Well, go on, and what?
Well, that's in the next report, too, Lum. Now, do you want to hire us?
No, we don't, Mousy, because I happen to be the Black Pelican myself.
You?
Yeah, I'm the Black Pelican. I wrote them notes myself. I done it because I just done it for a joke.
Sure he did.
Now, skedaddle out of here and don't never bring us no more of them reports of yours.
Oh, yes, sir. Come on, Cedric. Let's be going.
Well, when do I show the fingerprints and that other stuff you give me?
Well, we'll save those for some other case, Cedric. Hurry up now.
Yes, Mom. Well, so long, Mr. Lum, Mr. Abner. Hi-ho, Muskrat.
Yeah, hi-ho, Muskrat. Our doggies was that mousy embarrassed. His face is redder than an Indian that's been sitting on a red-hot stove, you know.
Maybe that'll learn him a lesson.
Yeah.
Well, now maybe I can get this milk ready for the baby before somebody else comes in.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Mousy
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Mom.
12, 13.
Mom, I believe that's our ring again. You want me to answer?
For goodness sakes, no, I'll get it.
Well, I'll get it. I'll do it for you.
Oh, I got something else for you to do. Here, take a fresh bottle of milk and then get a spoon and give the baby 2 teaspoonsful of syrup.
The Amos and Andy Show. Yes, the Amos and Andy Show, with their guest for tonight, that fabulous Hollywood character and movie producer, Mr. Gregory Ratoff. And now to our stars and their show. Here are Amos and Andy, and their guest for tonight, Gregory Ratoff. Is there anyone who at one time or another has not toyed with the idea of becoming an actor? Well, the urge seems to have hit Andy Brown, too. He's taken a correspondence school course in acting. And at the moment, he's in his office rehearsing a very dramatic scene as a French Foreign Legionnaire, with lightning assisting him.
Sergeant Pierre Jacques Renaud of the French Foreign Legion reporting. Sir, I regret to state that the water supply is running low, and we is entirely surrounded by Iran.
Sacre bleu, Sergeant Renaud. Does you mean we are facing A-N-N-I-H?
Wait, look, Lightning, look here. We is supposed to be in the desert fighting for our lives, so you make it sound like a spelling bee.
But I can't read them French words, Miss Andy.
Listen, the word is annihilation. Now, let's go on. I say, our only chance, my Capitan, is to send somebody through their lines to bring help.
Well, hello there, boys. How is you?
Well, hello there, Andy. Hi, fellas. Look, Lightning, I guess the rehearsal for my acting is done messed up on us here. Let's get together later.
All right, Miss Andy. I'll come back later. Say, Andy, what is this acting stuff you're doing here?
Well, fellas, I ain't told you this, but I just done finished a 10 weeks correspondence course in acting.
What happened? Sears Roebuck opened up a dramatic department?
No. I done took from the Universal Correspondence School. They got all kind of courses.
Oh, you took 10 lessons, huh?
Well, really 9. The third week, they done sent me a snare drum lesson by mistake. Coach, that might come in handy sometime.
Oh, yeah. There should be one in every home, yeah.
So you really gonna be an actor, huh, Andy?
Oh, yeah, I was all set. I done got my diploma here from the correspondence school. Now all I gotta do is wait for my first starring part. Then I'm gonna live in luxury.
Too bad it didn't print that diploma on a slice of bread so you'd have something to eat in the meantime. Yeah.
Well, I ain't worried. Look here, they done sent me this makeup kit, too. They do this with all their pupils. See there? It's got everything in there. Sideburns, whiskers, monocle, Sherlock Holmes hat and pipe for detective parts, a black patch where you're supposed to be a pirate.
Got everything in there, ain't it?
With an outfit like this, you can play any kind of part. I could put a monocle on one eye and the black patch on the other and play English pirate.
Yeah, that's right. You could put on the beard, too, and play an English pirate in the barbershop waiting for a shave. Yeah.
All right, Kingfish, go ahead and joke. Where's my diploma?
What you going to do with that?
I'm going to take it right down to Fred Gwendell and have him publish it on the front page of his newspaper. Then I'm going to sit back and wait for the big offers to come rolling in. Tell me, Fred, you really think this ad is better than publishing my diploma on the front page?
Oh, there ain't no two ways about it, Andy. An ad in the theatrical paper they call Variety is the only way to work it.
Yeah, and you think I ought to start off by playing butler and chauffeur types?
Oh, yeah, I'd say them types to start with.
Well, how is that ad going to read again, Fred?
Well, now, see here, available. Experienced actor to play butler types and chauffeur types. Also excellent at character parts. Then you just put down your name and telephone number in the ad.
Yeah, do Cary Grant work it this way, too?
Well, he must do, Andy. He keep busy. I tell you what, I'll slap the ad in Variety, and the ad will run you $12.80.
$12.80, huh? Well, I got to do one of two things.
What's that, Andy?
I either got to give up my acting career or my gold watch.
Well, now, look here. Let's look at that ad again here. Now, maybe we can slice it down a little, cut out some stuff. Let me see here. Now, look here. You don't have to say actor to play butler types. If you got the ad in Variety, they knows you as an actor.
Yeah, you don't need the word types in there, neither. Oh, there's a lot of words in there we can cut out. Now, let's see what we can cut out.
Good morning, Mr. Rathoff. Here's the mail. Are you ready to get down to business?
Right, Miss Smith. Hang out the sign. Genius at work.
Let me read you this ad in Variety. Available, experienced butler chauffeur, excellent character. Call Andrew Brown, Lehigh, 41097.
Are you kidding? A butler is available? And in Variety?
Well, I know it's unusual, but the ad's right here.
Well, let's get in touch with him at once. For 6 weeks, I've been butling for myself, and confidentially, I am rotten.
Shall I get this man Brown on the phone, Mr. Rathoff?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'll call him now.
Why a man should advertise in Variety for a job as a butler, I don't know. Let me have the phone. I'll speak to him in person.
Hello?
This is Gregory Rathoff. Are you amazed?
Who is this?
Gregory Rathoff. Miss Smith. Write down my name here so I can spell it for you.
Wait a minute. Is you Gregory Rathoff, the big moving picture producer?
Correct. I want to speak to the man who put the ad in Variety, this fella, Andrew Brown.
Oh, yeah. He told me about putting the ad in there. This is his office, but he ain't here right now. What does you want to speak to him about?
Well, I've got a job for him. Besides allowing him to work for me, I will even pay him his salary.
You got a job for him?
That's right. Are you a friend of his?
Yeah, my name is George Kingfish Stevens. I'm Mr. Brown's agent. Yes, sir, that's who I is. I handle all his business.
Miss Smith, how do you like that? Even butlers have agents these days. All right, Stevens, bring Brown up this afternoon.
Yes, I'll have him there, Mr. Radoff. Where are you staying?
At the Hotel Chandler on 46th Street. You can't miss the place. It's got a banner hanging outside saying, New York welcomes Gregory Radoff.
Oh, yeah, that sure is a nice tribute to you, all right.
Yeah, it would have been nicer if New York had paid half of the expense.
Oh, come in, Brother Andy, come in.
Yeah, any calls for me while I was gone, Kingfish?
Sit down, Brother Andy. I want to talk to you. You know, my conscience been hurting me. You know, I was making fun of your acting yesterday, but there's one thing I can do to square things with you. And that's become your agent and make you the greatest moving picture star of all time.
Well, wait a minute. Has I got to have an agent?
Oh, certainly. You can't go into a man and tell him how good you is yourself.
That ain't never bothered me so far. But you really think I was a good actor, huh, Kingfish?
Oh, sure. You don't think I was doing it for that little 25% commission I'd getting out of your salary if I didn't think that?
Yeah, well, I guess I do need an agent, all right. Okay, Kingfish, you was my agent.
Okay, and I done already gone into action. You know that ad you put in Variety?
Yeah, any calls yet?
Yeah, got a call from Mr. Gregory Radoff. Now, he seen your ad in the paper, and he called up to say that he didn't need nobody. But I convinced him that he did.
You say he called up to say he didn't need nobody?
Oh, that's right.
I wonder if he do that with all the ads he sees.
Well, the point is, Andy, that I done convinced him that he do need somebody. So, Andy, me and you is going up there this afternoon.
Oh, boy, this is great news. Where's my makeup kit? Hollywood, I hear you calling.
Mr. Radoff will see you now.
Thank you very much. Mr. Radoff, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to my talented client here, Mr. Andrew H. Brown. Let's give the boy a nice little hand, Mr. Radoff.
Thank you. Glad to know you, Mr. Radoff.
You know, Miss Smith, this is the first time I ever saw a butler bring his own master of ceremonies.
Oh, you got a job for him as a butler, huh? Well, he'll be good, all right. He's been to correspondence school and everything, you know.
Oh, yes, sir. And if you need a butler to play a snare drum, I can do that, too.
Yeah, that's the only kind of a butler I'd have. And now you're going to work for me. Tell me this. Have you ever worked for a genius before?
No, sir.
Well, you're going to work for one now. How I envy you.
Now, as Mr. Brown's agent, I want to talk to you about the salary, Mr. Radoff.
I'll arrange that with Brown here. Now, perhaps I better tell you what this job will require of you. You will have to press my clothes, shine my shoes, and do general butler's work. Does it appeal to you?
Well, it's all right for a starter. Of course, it ain't going to make me famous overnight.
Now about the salary, Mr. Radoff.
Well, Brown, your first duty will be to show your agent to the door. And when you come back, bring me a glass of milk from the kitchen. Right away, quick.
Yeah, sir, yeah.
Andy, it looked like you're all set.
Yeah, he gave me the job right off, didn't he? Oh, I guess he could see that I was a natural actor.
Oh, sure.
I wonder why he wanted me to bring him the milk and press his clothes and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, I guess he is rehearsing you for a butler part in the pictures, you see.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's it.
Yeah, but don't just do the plain butler stuff now. Show him all the other different types of acting that you do. You know them other types.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, where's my makeup kit?
Yeah, here, right here.
I'll slap on these side whiskers right now. I'll stick them on here, look.
Yeah, well, congratulations and so long, Andy. Good luck to you.
Brown, are you going to take all day?
Yes, sir, coming. Just a second. Okay, I was coming. Did you ring for me, your lordship?
Yes, Wait a minute, Brown. Let me look at you.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter? Is your face unraveling?
No, my lordship. These are side whiskers.
And gray ones, too. Above the ears, you're 40. And below the ears, you're 60.
Quite so, my lordship, and all that stuff.
Now listen. Take off those whiskers and stop calling me lordship. Royalty I am not. You will find out I am just a plain, simple, modest peasant with unlimited brains and ability.
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
And don't call me that either. Just get me my milk. I must have my vitamins.
You must have your what?
Vitamins. V-I-T-A. Get me that milk.
Yes, sir. Get it right away.
Fine butler I have hired.
Oh, I don't think he's so bad. He's just probably doing his best to please you. He may think you've had an English butler, so he's trying to give you what you're used to.
I am not interested in having anybody around that speaks with an Oxford accent. If a person is in America, he shouldn't speak with any accent at all. And Miss Smith, I'm taking $5 out of your salary for what you're thinking.
But, Mr. Ratoff...
Pardon me, Mr. Ratoff. The milk is ready. Shall I show it in?
Now, look, Brown, when you... Wait a minute. What's that black patch over you've got in your eye?
15 men's on a dead man's chest. Yo-ho, and a bottle of milk. Heave-ho, Captain Kidd. Shiver me timbers.
What I'd give to be back in Petrograd.
Tell me, Mr. Ratoff, how you think I acting?
To tell you the truth, Brown, I think you've been acting like a first-class moron.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Andy, you could have knocked me over with a feather when I heard that Gregory Ratoff was going to take you on as an actor.
Oh, yeah, Amos. I can't wait till I get out to Hollywood and become a star. It's sure going to be a thrill to see my name up in footlights.
Footlights is them things down on the stage.
Oh.
I guess you don't know the lingo of the theater yet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you'll catch on, though. The place where you see your name up is in the headlights. Tell me this, what kind of a picture story did they give you, Andy?
Well, up to now, the plot ain't too clear, but seems to me it's going to be pretty much of a story about housework.
Yeah, well, that certainly sounds unusual. Who is in the picture with you, Andy?
Well, I don't know exactly. So far, I've been playing opposite mostly shoes and pants. It ain't very interesting.
Oh, Andy, don't look at it that way. I tell you what, if you get real good at it, there's a chance you might even win the Academy Award for the Outstanding Performance of the Year with a shoe brush.
Yeah, I never thunk of that.
And how much is Mr. Ratoff paying you? Oh, yes, you know, how much is we getting, Andy?
$20 a week.
25% of 20. Andy, are you serious? Mm-hmm. $20 a week for a big movie star? Oh, that's the craziest thing I'd never heard of. As your agent, I'm going right up there and see that man now.
You think you can get me more?
Why, certainly. For a man that's going to win the Academy Award, it's going to be $30 a week or nothing.
Before we hear part two of Amos and Andy, our intermission orchestra, directed by Raymond Scott, take their chairs and prepare to deliver one of the fine arrangements that have made their leader justly famous. Downbeat, Mr. Scott.
let's rejoin Amos and Andy and their guest, Gregory Ratoff. Well, Andy is working for Gregory Ratoff, all right. But unfortunately, neither Andy nor his agent, the Kingfish, realized that Mr. Ratoff has hired him solely as a butler, not an actor. At the moment, Kingfish is with Gregory Ratoff, about to battle valiantly for a salary raise for his client.
Hello there, Mr. Ratoff.
Oh, it's you again, the agent. Well, you can leave right now. Your client isn't here. I sent him home early to give myself a rest.
Well, I ain't here to see him. I'm here to see you, Mr. Ratoff. On behalf of my client, Andrew H. Brown, and myself, who is beneficiary in the deal, I is hereby asking for a raise for my client.
What? You're asking for a raise? Now listen. When I first hired Brown as my butler, I didn't expect much of him, and I got it. Ever since then, I've been getting less. No wonder he has to advertise in the Variety instead of in the Help Wanted column like a regular butler.
Oh, wait a minute, though, Mr. Ratoff. I think I'm beginning to see something here. You think Mr. Brown is just a plain butler?
What else is he?
He playing butler. That's what he is.
Well, tell me, why does he do the way he does? Acting all over the place. And he puts on whiskers, a black patch over his eye. Last night, he's serving my borscht wearing a Sherlock Holmes cap and a pipe.
I tell you, Mr. Ratoff, frankly, the boy is a little cracked. You know, a little balmy at times. Nothing serious, though. Gentle as a lamb.
Cracked. Gentle as a lamb. Bah. All I know, he's a rotten butler. And you have the nerve to come and ask me for a raise.
I just figured on asking you to raise him up to, maybe $25.
What? $25? I'm going to raise him down to 15.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a fair compromise. It's a deal, it's a deal. $15 it is, Mr. Ratoff.
All right, I'm busy now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you, sir. Goodbye. So, Andy really working as a butler. I can't let him know that or he'll quit the job and I lose my commission. I just gotta keep on letting him think that he got a job as an actor.
Here come the Kingfish now, Miss Andrew.
Yeah, I'm sure anxious to hear what happened.
Well, hi there, Leighton. Hello there, Andrew.
Hello, Kingfish. Did you get the raise?
Oh, Brother Andrew, I done better than that. I got your reduction.
Yeah, well, Kingfish, would you mind saying that over again kind of slow?
I say I got your reduction, Andrew.
A reduction?
Oh, that's right.
And you say that's better than a raise?
Right.
How did that hit you, Lightning?
Well, I don't know. I always thought that more was better than less. Because I ain't never went to college, though.
Now, look, Andrew, let me explain the thing to you. Has you got any idea of what the tax situation is these days?
Well, I hear they got taxes all right.
Oh, Brother Andrew, let me read you something I just got you in the mail. The latest tax law that was moved, seconded, and passed by the United States government down in Washington.
Yeah, what does it say?
Yeah. Well, yes, this right here. This is from a congressman. He wants to keep me abreast of time, you see. He said, the government hereby states that all people making more than $15 a week automatically goes into what is known as the extra double brutal tax class. And is therefore subject to having their salary whittled down to the bone.
So that's bad, all right.
Yeah.
I'm happy to say that I got you down in the $15 bracket where you pay is nothing. Yeah, just wanted to drop in to tell you the news, Andy. Well, I'll be running along now.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Kingfish. I appreciate that.
Oh, that's all right. See you later, Brother Andy.
Yeah.
So long, Kingfish.
Well, Lightning, looks like I was really making progress here. I done jumped from $20 to $15 all within 2 days.
Yeah, so Mr. Ratoff sure must like you, all right.
You know, Lightning, I was just thinking here, as long as I is going good now, might be a good idea to show Mr. Ratoff what else I can do in the way of acting.
Yeah, Miss Anna, why don't you show him that Foreign Legion scene that we've been rehearsing so much together? That was good, all right.
Yeah, that ain't a bad idea, Lightning. Oh, boy, I was great on that French stuff. Yeah, the correspondence school say that's the best scene in the whole course. I hope there ain't no rule against winning 2 Academy Awards.
Oh, Mr. Ratoff, your butler, Brown, wants to see you.
I am busy.
Well, there's something a little strange. I think you'd better see him.
All right. Bring him in.
Mr. Ratoff will see you, Brown. Come in.
Well, Brown, what is it you want now?
My Capitan, I regret to report that the water is running low and we is entirely surrounded by Arabs.
What? Arabs on 46th Street?
Yes, sir. And our only chance is to send somebody through their lines to bring help.
But Arabs?
I can only say this, my Capitan. As Sergeant Pierre Jacques Renaud of the French Foreign Legion, I have swore to fight to the last, no matter how many Arabs there is.
French Foreign Legion? Oh. Miss Smith, would you step over here a minute, please?
Mr. Ratoff, remember his agent said he's a little cracked. We'd better humor him.
Well, that's what I was going to tell you.
Tell me, my Capitan, shall I order one of the men to get through the Arab lines?
Yes, we must send the man for help. Tell me, is Bo Jeff doing anything today?
Capitan, the men's on the parapets is giving their all, but they needs encouragement. Tell me, my Capitan, has you a message for the men?
Yes, Sergeant. Tell the men of the French Foreign Legion that Capitaine Ratoff says, quote, Dinky, dinky, parlez-vous, unquote.
I go, my Capitan. I shall tell them.
Wait, Sergeant, wait. Maybe it's better than I should go. I would like to peep over the walls and see these Arabs myself. Come, Miss Smith. You places with me as the only woman bugler in the Foreign Legion.
Aye, aye, sir.
As long as the tricolor of the Foreign...
Gentle as a lamb and nutty as a fruitcake. Give me that phone.
What are you going to do, Mr. Ratoff?
I'm going to have him put away before he gets too violent. You know what I think, Miss Smith? The fellow thinks he's an actor. To be an actor, it helps to be crazy, but not that crazy.
State Hospital.
Look, my name is Gregory Ratoff, but I'm not calling for myself.
What is it, Mr. Ratoff?
Well, I've got here in my employ a crazy butler. He thinks he's a screen actor, and I want you to put him away.
Well, where are you located, Mr. Ratoff?
The Hotel Chandler on 46th Street.
All right, we'll be right down for him. And until we get there, I'd suggest you play along with him and don't excite him.
Thank you. Goodbye. All right. Let's go back in, Miss Smith. I'll tell him I'm going to send him to a moving picture studio on a long-term commitment.
Hello?
Hello, Amos. This is Andy.
Andy, where's you been for the last 2 days? We've been looking all over for you. Is you in jail?
No, Amos. I was in the state asylum.
Andy, how did you ever get in there?
Well, it's a long story, Amos. I just want to tell you, though, that I was all right.
Well, now, look, Andy, there's nothing wrong with you. I'll get Henry Van Porter and Lightning and all of your friends, and we'll come over there and vouch for you and get you out of there.
Well, thanks, Amos, but don't come before Monday.
Why not, Andy?
Because Sunday night I was playing the leading role in the State Asylum Follies of 1944.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at the same time when Amos and Andy will have as their guest that master of the quiz, Phil Baker. Our thanks to Gregory Ratoff for appearing with us tonight. Mr. Ratoff has just completed the direction of the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production, Irish Eyes Are Smiling.
Well, Gracie, that ends another broadcast. Now say goodnight to everybody.
Oh, good night. George, take me home and I'll fix you a nice turkey sandwich that was left over from Thanksgiving.
Have you still got any white meat left?
This turkey was all white meat.
How can a turkey be all white meat?
But if they push Thanksgiving a week ahead on you, you turn white, too.
Good night, all.
Well, we're off the air.
All fine. Quiet, boys. Quiet. Quiet, I'm talking to the production man. Hey, Wayne, how was the show?
Well, it seemed like a good air show, but I thought the audience was a little slow.
Slow? I thought they were a great audience.
I thought they were rude.
Rude?
Yeah, every time I said something, they laughed at me.
Well, I don't know. I thought they were great.
Well, you should. They didn't laugh at you.
Well, I'll find out for myself. Wayne, is the record of our broadcast ready?
Yep.
Well, play it back, will you?
Stand by, everybody. Okay, sound man.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen on the show where there's orchestra for singing glee with a smooth E3. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Folks, it's Ralph Night at your house with Burns and Allen. So listen closely. And you know something? You'll have no trouble getting your family up in the morning if you just take this tip. Open a can of Spam, cut off a few slices of this tender, tasty meat, and fry quickly in a hot pan. That delightful, rich aroma will bring the sleepyheads to the table on the run. Because Spam tastes so good and is so easy to use, it's a breakfast favorite in thousands of homes today. You like Spam's mouth-watering flavor, its juicy, extra goodness. Tired appetites wake up in a hurry when Spam is sizzling in the pan. Serve Spam and eggs, America's modern breakfast. Be sure to tell your food dealer you want S-P-A-M Spam. Get a can or two when you shop tomorrow.
Sound man, what happened?
Mr. Burns, you'll have to get a new needle. You know, a needle only lasts 8 months.
Well, how much does a new needle cost?
10 cents.
Have this one sharpened. Well, come on, everybody. We're going to rehearse next week's program.
No, I'm not going to do it. No, not me. I've got to go down to Bullock. I bought some open-toed shoes, and I've got to return them.
Gracie, you can return the open-toe shoes tomorrow.
No, I've got to return them now on account of my toenails are painted red.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, every time I walk down the street, it looks like a bunch of carrots hanging out of a birdcage.
Well, Gracie, first we're going to rehearse next week's show.
Oh.
You won't need me anymore, will you, Mr. Burns? Well, stick around. And, by the way, Jack, you played the part of the messenger boy in tonight's show swell.
Thanks very much.
And, you know, you weren't a real messenger boy, so you can give me back that quarter tip I gave you.
Okay. And here's the string.
Well, now, let's see. What do we do next week?
Hey, George.
Yes, Artie?
Can I have my check now?
Your check? Yeah, well, after rehearsal.
I want my check now. I got to take it to the bank.
Well, why do you have to take it to the bank?
It's too small to go by itself.
Well, here's your check, wise guy.
Thanks a million.
And here's your check, Bud.
Thanks a million.
And Senor Lee, here's your check.
Thanks, $1.10.
Quiet. And Gracie, here's your check.
Thanks a million. Oh, wait a minute. This is an insult.
$3,000 is an insult?
Well, look what it says on the check. Gracie Allen, $3,000 and no cents.
She gets a check for $3,000 and she's insulted. You know, Gracie, that's a neat little figure.
Oh, I know, and I'm pretty, too.
Well, never mind. We've got to rehearse next week's broadcast. Now, let's see.
George, I got a swell idea for next week's show. It's a play where boy meets girl, girl meets boy, boy meets girl's father, girl meets boy's father, father meets mother.
But all I've heard so far is a lot of meats.
Well, George, this is the Spam program, and Spam is a perfect combination of choice.
Well, I guess I'm a naughty boy. Wait, I've got an idea. Next week we can do a typical Hollywood program with picture stars, the Brown Derby restaurant, autograph seekers.
Autograph seekers? What's that?
What's that? Gracie, who are the people who are always on the outside and can't seem to get in?
The Republicans.
Yeah, that's what I meant, yes.
Look, George, why don't we do a kiddie program next week? I've got a cute little poem.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay. Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. Oh, yeah?
Well, it's a nice little kiddie program. And, Artie, I've got a TL for you and that Senor Lee. When we were on the air a few minutes ago, I had one joke in the whole show, and you guys killed it by talking in on it. Why didn't you wait for my laugh?
What? The Mr. Crosby show?
Crosby isn't on until Thursday.
That's right.
Artie, tell that musician to stop with those wisecracks, and that goes for that whole broken-down band of yours, too.
Broken-down band, huh? It happens to be a symphony.
Yeah? Well, it may seem funny to you, but it doesn't seem funny to me. And wait! And that's without an audience.
Say, George, I figured something out. Next week, let's do a Jack Benny type of show.
Jack Benny?
Yeah, you know. That's the fellow who plays those small parts in the Rochester pictures.
Oh, yes. You mean Hillard's brother-in-law?
Yes.
Freddie Allen Straightman.
Yeah, uh-huh. Now, I can play the part of Mary Livingston.
Yes.
And Artie Shaw can play the orchestra leader, Phil Harris.
Well, then he'll have to wave his hair.
No, he's got a baton.
Oh, he can wave that instead.
Let's see. Senor Lee can be Rochester.
How can Senor Lee be Rochester?
Yeah. Oh, too tall.
Yeah, he's a little too tall, yeah.
Now, let me see. We need somebody to play Don Wilson. Let's see. Bud Easton and the Smoothies can do that.
Yes, that's a nice fat part, yes.
And now, let's see. The only thing left is to get somebody as funny and clever as Jack Benny, and you're the only one left.
Yes.
So I guess we can't do that show.
I thought so. Hey, Smoothies, Babs, what number are you, Charlie, and Little going to sing next week?
Whispering.
Well, let's hear it,
All right.
Whispering while you cuddle near me, whispering so no one can hear me. Each little whisper seems to cheer me. I know it's true, there's no one dear but you. You're whispering while you'll never leave me, whispering while you'll never grieve me. Whisper and say that you believe me, whispering that I love you, whispering why you never will leave me. Oh, whispering why you never will grieve me. Whisper, tell me that you love me, or swear it by the stars above me. I love you, I love you. I'm whispering that I love you.
Well, that was great, kids. They'll love it next week.
Thanks, Mr. Burns. Good night.
Good night, Babs. Good night, Charlie.
Good night.
Good night, Little.
Good night.
Say, George, which one of the Smoothies is Babs married to, Charlie or Little?
That's silly. Haven't you noticed that Little is the one who always holds her hand, helps her out with the coat, and opens the door for her?
Oh, I see. She's married to Charlie, huh?
Well, anyway, listen, everybody. I thought of a great idea for a new show. Hey, Jack. Jack Norton, come here.
Yes?
Jack, do you know how to do a drunk?
Can I do a drunk? I sat at the corner, and I was minding my own business, and a fella comes up to me.
Okay, Jack. Okay, Jack. Well, Jack, you've got the part. It pays $12.50 a week and all the spam you can eat. Now, let's see. We're going to do a restaurant scene, and I play a wisecracking owner, and Gracie, You're a waitress.
My sister Bessie used to be a waitress.
I know she was a waitress.
She got cross-eyed from watching the clock and looking under the plates at the same time.
Well, all right, Gracie, I'd like to start. Now, this is a restaurant.
Where are the tables?
There are no tables.
Where are the chairs?
There are no chairs. There's no customers. There's no nothing.
Business is bad, huh?
Yeah, business is bad, yes. Well, anyway, this drunk comes in and he wants a cup of coffee.
But there are no tables?
No. And he sits down.
There are no chairs?
No, there's no chairs.
And he's drunk, huh?
Well, anyway, when the drunk comes in and he asks for a cup of coffee, you holler, boss, boss. And that's where I rush in and do my funny stuff, you see? Now, Jack, you go outside and open the door, and Soundman, you let him in. Okay, let's start.
Mr. Burns.
Yes, Soundman.
I'm sorry I can't stay for rehearsal.
Why?
You see, a group of world-famous explorers who were in my class at Harvard are waiting for me to take them down to the Union Depot.
Yes?
One of them discovered the North Pole, one of them discovered the South Pole.
Soundman, why do you have to take them down to the Union Depot?
Well, that's the only way they can find the place.
Well, you're staying right here. Now, come on, let's start. Now, don't forget, Gracie, when the drunk comes in and he hollers, boss, boss, I rush in and I do my funny stuff.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Say, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee, please?
Did you say coffee?
Wait a minute, Gracie. What kind of acting is that? Why so weak?
Well, if you think I'm weak, you ought to taste the coffee.
No. Look, Gracie, when he says, miss, I'd like a cup of coffee, put your personality into it.
Well, maybe he doesn't like it sweet.
Now, let's start all over again.
Well, George, I don't want to butt in, but if you want to make your restaurant a success, why don't you do what we do at home?
What's that, Bud?
Well, for Thanksgiving, we always stuff a turkey with Spam, and it's a delicious
You
meat.
stuff a turkey with Spam?
Well, sure. We might as well give the turkey something to be thankful for, too.
Well, never mind. Come on, let's get started. Now, don't forget, Gracie, when he comes in and he says he wants a cup of coffee, you holler, boss, boss, then I rush in and I do my funny stuff.
Yes.
Okay, Jack, let's start.
Oh, say, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee?
With or without cream?
What's the difference?
5 cents.
Well, come on, let's try it again.
Senor Burns, as the director, you're a regular Cecil B. Schlemiel.
You mean DeMille. Schlemiel means I'm a dope.
Absolutely correct.
Correct?
Yes. And now do you want to try for $32? Take it or leave it.
Artie, what are you going to do with that guitar player? He just called me a dope.
Look, George, don't get excited. He's a foreigner. He just repeats what everybody else says.
Yeah? Well, you can stop with those wisecracks, too.
Look, guess what my drummer says to me every time you tell a joke?
Artie, that isn't funny.
Absolutely correct.
Correct?
Yep. Now, do you want to try for $64? Take it or leave it.
Quiet, everybody.
Say, miss, I beg your pardon.
Pardon me, Jack.
Could I have a
Yes, Jack. I know. I forgot all about it. It's a sketch. Try it again.
All right. Oh, say, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee?
Well, Gracie, why don't you answer him?
I'm watching a customer play a slot machine.
There's no customer and there's no slot machine. What's
He hit
that?
the jackpot.
I thought so, yeah. Jackpot. I must be crazy.
Absolutely correct. Give the man $64.
Oh, quiet. Go ahead, Jack. Start again.
Say, miss, pardon me. Could I have a cup of coffee?
Well, I'm sorry, sir. You have to wait a minute. I'm folding napkins.
Folding napkins?
Oh, I love to fold napkins in the cot of I used to be a baby's nurse.
Jack, let's start again.
Hey, miss, I beg your pardon. Could I have a cup of coffee?
Well, you'll have to wait. The boss is busy. He'll bring you coffee in a few minutes.
Chasing someone?
They're chasing the cook.
Gracie, look, I'm going to cut your part down just a little bit. When the drunk comes in and says he wants a cup of coffee,
yes,
you say nothing. I come right in and I do my funny stuff without you. Go ahead, Jack. Let's go.
Pardon me, miss. May I use your telephone?
What's that? You're supposed to be drunk. What about the coffee?
I don't need the coffee. This thing took so long, I got sober.
You did. Well, never mind. Forget the sketch. Artie, what are you going to play next week?
I'm going to play What Is There to Say?
Well, all right, play it. I'm going into the control room and hear it. Artie, that number was very good. But your fourth violinist wasn't playing.
Well, he doesn't have to. He's my brother-in-law.
Well, good night, Artie.
Good night, George.
Good night.
George, hey, I've got a little idea I'd like to try for next week.
Yeah, but, Bud, what is it?
Well, you see, George, people all over the country are singing the praises of Spam.
Yes?
And that's what gave me this idea. Now, look, I fixed up this little ditty for the Spam Glee Club.
Glee Club?
Yeah, you and me, Senor Lee, and the sound man. And look, I'll start right here. Hey, where's that? Got an F there? Me, 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 me. You like Spam, you bet you will. Serve it cold or hot. Serve it cold or hot. You will. Serve it cold or hot. You like Spam, you bet you will. Serve it cold or hot. You like Spam, you bet you will. Serve it cold or hot. There's always hit the spot. There's always hit the spot.
It always hits the spot.
Well, then, George, I'll say now everybody is singing the praises of Spam, the most popular new meat item brought out in a generation. A meat whose popularity is founded on flavor, a flavor folks really get hungry for. Hormel discovered this new combination of meats, a new and better way to season it, a handier package to put it in. Spam, S-P-A-M, is a combination of pork shoulder meat, sometimes called picnic by you women, and ham meat. There's the difference.
The difference?
Yes, George. Hormel uses the pork shoulder to make Spam sweet and juicy. Then the ham it takes to give Spam that extra goodness and flavor. That's why Spam really does taste better, fried, served cold, or baked. To make sure you always get this extra goodness, Spam tells you right on the label, pork shoulder meat with ham meat added. Look for that sentence. Try Spam tomorrow. Just be sure you say to your food dealer, I want Spam.
Hey, that's swell, Bud.
But then we have the tag, the smoothies sing it. Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, and hit the spot.
Oh, that's good. Well, that's okay, Bud. We'll do it next week.
Good night, Bud.
Oh, good night, Gracie. And say, you were positively terrific when we did tonight's broadcast.
Good night, Senor Bud.
Oh, good night, Senor Lee. You were very funny on tonight's show.
Good night, Bud.
Good night.
He is a wise guy.
Well, so long, everybody.
So long, senor.
Senor.
I certainly enjoyed the bread crust tonight.
Well, thanks, kid.
I've got a date tonight with a girl from Earl Carroll's Von Nighties.
Von Nighties?
One nighty she's with me, one nighty with Artie Shaw.
Okay. Good night, senor.
Mr. Bird,
Yes, soundman.
do you mind if I leave now?
Oh, not at all, Howard. I suppose you're going out to take your scientific friends down to the depot?
Yes, we're going down to meet the honor man of our graduating class.
Is that so?
Yes, you see, our classmate, Frederick Hinsdale, delivered the valedictory address. He won the Harvard-Yale debate and won first place in the International Oratorical Contest.
I see, and he's arriving tonight, huh?
Oh, no.
No? Then why are you going down to the Union Depot to meet him?
He works there. He's the train announcer.
Good night, soundman. Well, Gracie, here we are alone.
Yes.
Well, memories. Gracie, what does this empty theater remind you of?
Oh, the first time I saw you on the stage in Altoona.
Don't remind me of that. Remember the first act we did?
Yes. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long, long time ago.
Yes, even before Roosevelt.
Remember we did a routine where I said to you, Gracie, you're dizzy?
Yes, and I said, I'm glad I'm dizzy. Boys like dizzy girls, and I like boys.
Yeah. What you'd say, and you'd never stop. That really used to drive me crazy. Well, I'm glad it's over.
Yes, I'm glad that you're glad it's over.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you're glad that I'm glad it's over.
And I'm glad that you're glad that I'm glad that you're glad it's over.
You know, Gracie, you're still dizzy?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm dizzy.
I'm glad you're dizzy, and let's stop.
Well, I'm glad I'm dizzy because boys like dizzy
Quiet.
girls, and I like...
Ah, those were the good old days. Remember, Gracie, the first time I asked you to go to dinner?
Oh, I'll always remember that.
I didn't have a quarter.
But you still took me to dinner.
Do you know why?
Sure, I had the quarter.
We had flapjacks and coffee for 10 cents. Remember those flapjacks?
How can I forget them? They're still flapping.
Remember, Gracie, we were both trying to get jobs. 1 week I wouldn't eat.
And then next week I'd get a job.
Yeah, I can remember now how I used to tell everybody that someday I'd be a big comedian. But they all laughed at me.
Oh, they're not laughing at you now.
Yeah, it seems like yesterday when Lester Hamill, my agent, said, George, Get yourself a dumb dame and go into vaudeville.
But you got me instead.
Yes, and we started small, but I knew someday we'd get an opportunity. Remember we played the Myrtle Theater in Brooklyn?
Oh, sure.
Then we went to the Hill Street Theater in North.
Mm-hmm.
And Poli's New Haven.
Mm-hmm.
And the Gem in Philadelphia.
Yeah, the Bijou in Schenectady. Oh, sure, I remember that.
We did it all in 2 weeks.
Yeah, well, we were younger then. We could walk faster.
Remember, Gracie, in those days we used to work for peanuts.
Yes.
And now you're working for Spam.
Is that better than money?
I think so. Will you ever forget the day when we got a wire from Eddie Darling saying that we're booked into the Palace Theater in New York on Broadway?
Oh, George, that really was a thrill.
I'll say it was. I can see it now. The opening day. We were standing in the wings, frightened to death. The orchestra started to play our number. We were petrified. We couldn't move. Eddie Cantor pushed us on the stage.
Have you saw the roses in the garden?
Have you so? Gracie, what kind of grammar is that?
Who told you that ain't high-class grammar?
Who told me?
Yeah.
I seen it in a book where I live at.
Oh. Say, whom teach you to speak the proper language?
Whom teach me?
Yes.
Why, I can learn you how it should be spoken.
Oh. Well, I suppose you got your knowledge?
Yeah, I'll bet that's the color.
I think them colleges are a joke.
You do,
I know how to use the English language, and I don't use no adverb for no noun.
But can you learn me how to parse a comma?
Oh, sure. Don't that grammar make you frown?
Ain't it fear some people don't know nothing?
Oh, sure. For adjectives, they use the plural Q.
Them words is hard to use, but there's much worse.
Ah, but they don't trouble I and you.
Now we dance. Stop. Gracie, do you like me?
Oh, sure, Harry.
Harry? My name is George.
Oh, I keep thinking this is Tuesday.
Music. Stop.
George, my sister just had a new baby.
Boy or girl?
Well, I don't know, and I'm dying to get home and find out whether I'm an uncle or an aunt.
Stop. You know, a very funny thing happened to my mother in Cleveland.
Oh, I thought you were born in Chicago.
Music!
But they don't trouble I and you.
That's the finish.
They don't trouble I and
you. Well, Gracie, there'll never be a Palace Theater again.
No, I don't think so. Here, help me out with my coat, please.
Here you are. Come on, let's go.
Good night, Miss Allen.
Oh, good night, dollman.
Good night, Mr. Burns.
Good night, Frank. Wait a minute, I'll give you some change. That's change here. Gracie, have you got a quarter?
Same old George.
Friends, do you really want to make your meal planning easier? Listening to George and Gracie each week, you've no doubt promised yourself you'd try Spam soon. If you haven't yet tried Spam, you're really missing something. Spam is the most popular meat item brought out in a long time. Thousands and thousands of families now use it regularly. Join them. Try Spam tomorrow. Use the recipes on the label. Ask for S-P-A-M, Spam, when you shop, and discover the easy way to serve good food.
Driver, turn right on the next corner.
Gracie, remember the Apollo Theater in Boonton, New Jersey?
Yes.
Remember the ventriloquist?
Oh, with that cute little dummy on his knee. What was his name?
Edgar Bergen.
Oh, good. Whatever became of him?
He's selling coffee.
Oh, couldn't get anywhere in show business, huh?
You know, Gracie, you're still dizzy?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm dizzy. Boys like dizzy.
Quiet.
Join us again next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for the Hormel Company, reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.